Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fyers Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
चेस or मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
चेस or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fyers Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
And we are live with day 4 of the Global Chess League here in Mumbai. And alongside me, a good friend of mine, great commentator, great player, Sahaj. What's up?
Yo, very excited to be here. What an exciting day. Actually hoping that we have a win by the Alaskan Knights today, but we'll get to that in the second match. But for now, we have a match between the Fyers American Gambits and the Alpine SG Pipers. Arjun, what are your thoughts?
Exactly. These are the matches that we are going to have today in day 4. The Fyers American Gambits, led by Hikaru Nakamura, takes on his friend's team, Fabiano Caruana, playing for the Alpine SG Pipers, and that's the matchup that we have on the icon board. Hikaru taking on Fabi. Big match that we're going to have. And let's just quickly take a look at the standings that we have. And these are the standings, Sahaj. There are 4 teams currently with 6 match points. As you can see, the Upgrad Mumba Masters, Triveni Continental Kings, Ganges Grandmasters and Fyers American Gambits. But these 2 teams on the bottom, Alpine SG Pipers and PBG Alaskan Knights, are struggling a little bit.
Absolutely, and especially the PBG Alaskan Knights, because not only have they not scored a match point, they have not even scored a game point so far. Not a single player in 18 matches has not won a single game. So really hoping they can make a comeback. But yeah, these are the matchups between Fabi and Hikaru. By the way, do we know the coin toss yet, or
yes,
colors?
I think the Alpine SG Pipers are playing with the white pieces. As you can see, Fabi having the white color, Anish Giri, the whole team will play with white. So the icon board is a big matchup. They've played a lot of games together. In classical, I would have said that Fabiano might be, a teeny tiny bit favorite. But when it comes to rapid and blitz chess, I am going to, say that Hikaru might be a small favorite in this match.
Small for me, he must be a heavy favorite. Yeah, because Hikaru, even though he's playing with the black pieces, Hikaru shines under faster formats. And I'm not. Even though he lost his yesterday's match, he has all the reason to bounce back today and win against his country-mate.
Yeah.
Fabiano Caruana.
And here we can see the game between Ali Reza and Hikaru. Ali Reza has won all of his games yesterday. Just to remind everyone of the highlights from yesterday, we had this beautiful game by Richard Rapport, who defeated Vidit Gujarati with a scintillating queen sacrifice. You should definitely check that game out. And then we also had a very nice victory by Leon Mendonça against Baneshwar Dardia, which made Alpine SG Warriors. It gave Alpine SG Warriors its first match win, getting them those 3 points. So, Sahaj, maybe we can quickly try to analyze the pairings for today. So, in the first game between Fabiano and Hikaru, we both think that Hikaru should be a small favorite. Let's come down to board 2. Anish Giri takes on Vladislav Artemiev. What are your thoughts on this game?
I think very similar to what I think about Fabi and Hikaru. Had this been a classical game, I think Anish would be a favorite for me. But I just feel that Artemiev is a faster player in general. So I wouldn't really call him a favorite against Anish, but I would say that simply because he's a faster player, things would look a bit even for me on this board.
Artemiev definitely a monster in rapid chess. His rating is actually higher than Anish Giri's. I am actually going to try to side with Anish on this game, as as we've seen how good he's in opening preparation. By the way, guys, we are here at the Royal Opera House in Mumbai. The tickets are live. Do try to come here and join us. You can watch the commentary when you're sitting inside the theater, listen to us, and also get to see the players watching live. Must atmosphere hai yahan pe.
Absolutely, what a nice atmosphere, and you can see I'm already in my hoodie. I wish we had sort of matched our outfits today, but I got this hoodie from them yesterday, and I absolutely love it. And I thought, okay, what better day to bring this out? And okay, let's also jump to the board 3 because Prague is playing against Rapport, and let's remind everyone that Rapport had that fantastic win against Prague this year with that knight takes d5, which was nominated for Game of the Year, and he had another game of the tournament, maybe Game of the Year as well yesterday. Do you think he's a favorite against Prague?
I think Prague has in general been struggling in this tournament. Yesterday against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he was much better, and then later he allowed this beautiful perpetual, and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov found it and drew the game. So I think currently, in terms of the form, Richard Rapport is doing slightly better, but I have a feeling that Pragnananda is going to get himself together for this match, and I'm going to say that Pragnananda is going to take this one.
Wow, Pragnananda taking over Rapport Richard in this format definitely is. For me, I think Rapport is a favorite, but this is the first board we kind of have, different views on. I think the other two we more or less agree, but I think Rapport, just simply because the form he's in, and after that move Queen G3, what a move it was.
It was a beautiful win by Richard yesterday, and then on board 4, on the Superstar Women's board, we have Hao Ifan taking on Bibisara Asubayeva. Hao Ifan had a beautiful win against Koneru Hampi yesterday. And for that reason, I am going to go with the former world number 1 to defeat the young talent from Kazakhstan, Bibisara.
I think I would agree with you there as well, because Hao Yifan did defeat Hampi yesterday, and today, she must be in some kind of form, and she's playing with the white pieces. She should be the favorite against Bibisara. Moving on to board 5, we have Nino Batsiashvili playing against Theodora Ignatz. Tough board.
Exactly. I feel like this board could be quite important, because for me, it's very unclear who's the favorite.
Yes, Theodora Ignatz is the European Women's Champion, the current one. I remember she lost her first match, and then she went on to win all of her games, and to clinch that title, the European Women's Championship. But yeah, they are very closely contested, but Nino is playing with the white pieces, so maybe she has a slight preference, but yeah, this can go either ways.
I think this one is going to be a toss-up. And then the final board, the prodigy board, Leon Mendonça, who was a hero for Alpine SG Warriors yesterday, is taking on the current World Rapid Champion Volodar Morzin. I have a feeling that Leon must be, feeling very confident after he gave his team a victory yesterday. And even though on paper, Volodar Morzin is a small favorite, I'm actually going to go with the underdog here, Leon Mendonça with the white pieces, to put pressure on Morzin.
I think great point there. Leon must be feeling in good spirits, but come on, we're talking about the World Rapid Champion, the current World Rapid Champion. And even though he's playing with the black pieces, for me, I think he is the one board where the Fyers American Gambits have to strike.
So these are the pairings that we have for today. Alpine SG Pipers with the white pieces takes on Fyers American Gambits on day 4 of the Global Chess League here. Very important day. Just to remind everyone of the format, they are playing a round robin event, a double round robin event between 6 teams. So there will be a total of 10 matches that every team plays, and the top 2 teams is going to qualify to the finals. We're just in day 4. The PBG Alaskan Knights, the Alpine SG Pipers are struggling, but if they get momentum, it's quite possible that by day 8 or day 9, they're in the top 2 positions.
I think for Alpine SG Pipers, for sure, I will agree with you. If they win today, for example, if Prague scores how Yifan scores. I think maybe Fabi as well can score against Hikaru. It is possible. If they can take down the Fyers American Gambits, they will gain that momentum, and before you know it, they are right up there with the rest of the others. But however, for the PBG Alaskan Knights, the things are a bit more tricky.
Yeah, no, this is a very exciting tournament, Sahaj. We are going to start the game in just about a few minutes from now. Which is one game that you are particularly wanting to focus in this match between the Fyers American Gambits and Alpine SG Pipers?
I would say, of course, the icon board with Fabi and Hikaru, whenever these two play against each other, I think it's a treat to watch. So for sure, that board. And another board I would really like to keep my eye on is Prague versus Rapport.
Exactly. I was going to say we should definitely keep our eye on the icon board and the first superstar board between Prague and Richard. Are we going to go to the... Okay, these are, just to remind everyone, the pairings for today. And
Yes.
soon we will be heading over to the playing hall. The players are about to take their seats and start the game in just maybe 2 minutes from now.
Yes, I think the games, they should be on the board already. We should have liftoff very, very soon. And one advice that I would give Prague is don't go into Kings Indian because the last time we played Kings Indian against Rapport, it didn't turn out very well. And Rapport is an extremely fast player. Prague is too, of course, but just don't give Rapport what he wants. Don't give him that creative space to do his thing. Let it be a dry position where you can sort of draw out and tire his opponent out and maybe convert in some Prague fashion that he usually does.
And in the first few days, we saw that the players were making quite a few mistakes, mistakes that they could have avoided. And I think that now that the players have warmed up, we are going to see a much higher quality of play by the entire team. We have seen Alireza Firouzja just been in this fantastic form right from the beginning. But Hikaru Nakamura, he's doing okay, but I think we have not yet seen the best form of Hikaru Nakamura yet. And I think this game will kind of give us a
great story of how Hikaru Nakamura is going to go out and just recently
became a father.
Absolutely. I think so far, out of the 3 games he has played, he has drawn against Gukesh, he has defeated MVL, and then lost to Alireza Firouzja, who's having, I think, the tournament of his life. And now, I think if he takes down Fabiano Caruana, the world number 2, that would be a statement. Let's remind everyone that both Hikaru and Fabi will be playing in the candidates in Cyprus next year. So all of these matches that they play against each other count towards that, because the ultimate goal for all of these players is who is going to be the next world champion.
What has been your favorite moment so far, Sahaj? In this tournament, we have been 3 days into the event. What do you think was one moment that
You are going to say, okay, this moment was really special.
I think I have to give it to Rapport because what he did against Vidit yesterday was insane. And another favorite moment for sure is when Vishy defeated Gukesh.
Yeah.
No, I think the game for Vishy and Gukesh was a bit calmer in general, but just the fact that we are both from India, and they are both, we have 2 world champions from India. Them playing against each other is, I think, a treat to watch in
I
itself.
actually forgot about that. Vishy Anand, the former 5-time world champion, did defeat Gukesh Domaraju yesterday. And also the fact that chess is such an individual sport, but here we get to see all the top players playing in the same team. I mean, when can we get to see Arjun and Gukesh playing in the same team, competing? I mean, besides the Olympiad where they are playing for the national flag, but here we get to see this informal kind of an atmosphere between the players. But obviously, when it comes to the chess on the board, everyone is super focused. Do we have feed from inside the playing hall yet, as the players should be starting the game about any time now?
I think the game should begin anytime soon. And let's also not forget that the Alpine SG Pipers have 3 candidate players in one team, and yet they are not on the top of the leaderboard. They have Fabi, they have Anish, they have Prague. All 3 are playing in the candidates.
And do you really think that the change in... Oh, by the way, we are inside the playing hall, and handshake between Asubaiwa Bibisara and How Ifan there.
Now, I believe it is the How You Fun versus Bibisara match that will begin first. So let's go there. I'm not sure if the feed is getting picked up. We're changing the board, but it's not getting picked up yet.
Oh.
We do have liftoff. Wait, what?
You won't believe what the first move was between.
I believe that was just them
yeah.
like that, trying to maybe make the inaugural move and so on. Here it is. We have liftoff.
Yes. And the
Games have
clock
become
started
E4 on the board. Let's go. If we can have the live board, E4, C5, Sicilian has been played, Knight F3, Bibisara goes D6 and she goes C3. Does not go for the open Sicilian. It's more or less known as a delayed Alpine. The idea is that you want to play D4 later on and then capture back with the C pawn. What do you make of this, Harshit?
I think Hawifan knows that Asubhava is a very young player and that she is going to be well prepared. But look at Hikaru there. He gets up from his chair, is taking a look at the openings on the other boards as the icon board start their game a bit later. And Hikaru is obviously, he has played these team events a lot. He's very experienced. And you can see both Fabi and Hikaru are not on their board. They're looking at the other games and choosing what openings they should play themselves.
Absolutely, and if we can switch to the other board between Bibisara and Hawifan, so we can follow the game. He has played H3 and Bibisara has been thinking, in this position, Black can technically capture the pawn on E4 and it would be a blunder.
Yeah, we are going to ask the chat very soon why Knight takes A4 is a mistake. And yes, here we have the board. H3 was played by Hawifan, giving up the pawn on E4, but of course it's a poisoned pawn. As guys, yes,
we have Queen F4 check incoming, and then we capture the knight on E4. A sneaky little trap there, but of course Bibisara is not going to fall for that. She goes for bishop D7 instead, and now she's saying, now I can take the pawn on E4. How do you defend?
Exactly. And bishop to D3 was chosen by Hawifan Sahaj, and I think the idea generally for white is to go bishop C2 and then at some point to get space in the center with pawn to D4. Let's quickly take a look at the other boards. We do have liftoff between Prag and Richard Rapport. Do you want to quickly go to that game? D4 was played by Prag, knight F6 chosen by Rapport, and knight to F3.
Knight to F3. Wait. Rapport going for King's Indian again. And Prag says no more King's Indian in this game. I think this is super exciting. Very nice choice by Prag here. And a very sensible one as well to not allow this on the board. And he's basically provoking Rapport to play D5.
Because after knight D2, white probably wants to play pawn to E4 and then get his bishop to D3. And obviously the main aim when we start the game is to get good control of the center, because generally the player, the side having control of the center in the opening has a small edge.
Absolutely, and this is why he has to go D5, but it kind of ruptures his plans for the opening itself, because Rapport came to this match prepared to play the King's Indian again and prepared to do a repeat against Prag that he did before.
Oh, and by the way, Prag has went into a sideline, but let's go to Hikaru's game and look at what Hikaru has done.
He has been doing this, he has done this so many times already, and it is insane to me that he is able, that despite doing this in this tournament itself, I believe it was against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave that he played this exact same opening in the second round. And he has done this before in Classical as well. And Fabi is the most well-prepared player on the planet. Yeah, I mean, and yet he's still doing it again.
And the reason why we are so surprised, guys, the players are blitzing out the moves, is that because after Queen E2, if you move the knight, knight C6 would be game over. But Queen E7, sacrificing the knight, takes D6, D4. So black is actually down a pawn. Hikaru here, he goes knight C6, attacking the pawn. I'm just trying to quickly catch up to the players. Knight C3. Takes the pawn.
The moves are coming in very, very quickly, Harshad, because I think both of the players are super well prepared. He attacks the C7 pawn, bishop B4 check, bishop D2, takes. Wow, look at this. Still the C7 pawn attack, king D8. And what does he play now? Rook D1, I guess?
D1. Again, back to D7. This is such a difficult move if you don't know what you're doing, because it feels as if the black bishop is stuck on C8. But oh man, I'll go quickly to the board. Bishop C4, hitting the pawn on F7. Rook comes to F8. King C1, and white has artificially castled A6.
Knight D4, knight B6, bishop D3, and he goes I think bishop d7, bishop takes h7, g6 and knight f3. And guys, we have tried to go as fast as possible, and this is the first time we have caught up to the game.
Yeah.
Because this is how this is how well prepared both of these players are.
Yeah,
at
bishop
this point.
h7, it feels risky to take the pawn, but I guess because the black king is on d8, white can afford to do it. g6 traps the bishop here.
Because
Fabi comes back to f3, saying that I'm going to go to g5 to protect the bishop on h7. Bishop c6 hits the knight on f3. The knight moves. He takes the pawn on g2. Rook g1. And look at them. They're still blitzing out the moves. Bishop back to c6. Rook g4.
yep.
Rook lift by Fabi coming into
Because
d4.
Bishop to d7, attacking that rook on g4. Rook moves to f4, bishop f5 and h4. And so far, I 100% believe that both of these players have this position on their laptops.
Oh, they for sure do, because Hikaru just played the move king d7 and look at him leaning back in the chair trying to recall his opening preparation. And this is the kind of preparation you need to play an opening like this. To play knight takes e4.
Absolutely.
Because
especially against Fabi.
Yeah, if you don't know how to play these moves like knight to d7, like the one Hikaru did, which for me is so, counterintuitive, but it feels as if they were all well prepared. And currently, after this move, rook g4, my bad.
Because
h5.
Knight d5 immediately responded by Hikaru once again. And now the only move for Fabi is to go rook takes f5.
Wait, is knight d5 a small inaccuracy?
Just at the speed that he played knight d5, I still have reason to believe that this is again a position that he has on his laptop. He knows he has prepared this until draw.
Oh man, this is an absolutely crazy level of preparation that the both players are showing to us. Fabi is trying to recall his opening theory or any other games that you find to be very interesting, as we will want to quickly round up the openings on all the games. This is for sure the one to follow. Hikaru gets up from the chair.
Wow, this is, I think, an insane confidence from Hikaru. I have to say, having the courage to take knight takes e4 over and over and over again. I mean, you really have to believe in your preparation, especially to do this against Fabi, despite doing this in this exact same tournament.
This shows the amount of confidence he has in his prep. Let's quickly go to Anish Giri's game Sahaj, as this is the superstar icon, superstar board 1. And here, do you want to quickly take it from the opening? It was the Italian.
Italian, he goes d3, black goes h6. I think a very dynamic opening where black defends against the idea of knight g5 and also threatens g5 himself. And he goes short castle, black plays bishop to c5, no longer going for the g5 idea. White goes c3 and now d6.
D6 supporting
preparing against d4 ideas, I guess.
Yeah, he goes rook e1, a6, knight d2. So far just developing moves, castles, knight f1. Very typical idea, guys, to reroute the knight from b1 to f1 to g3, as the knight wasn't doing a whole lot on the queen side. Rook e8, knight g3, bishop goes back to a7. And it might feel like, why does black play a move like bishop a7? Well, it is prophylaxis against white's advance from pawn d3 to d4. Bishop to d2. Wait a second.
This is some Anish prep incoming. I don't believe I've
never seen this move.
Yeah, bishop d2 is new to me as well. Usually you go a4 or bishop b3 or something like this. And then you have a normal Italian position. But I'm guessing bishop d2 has some long-term idea. Maybe some queen c1, bishop h6.
Maybe this is something that he's cooking. Very innovative move that Anish came with. Interessante. Knight a5 though. And bishop d5.
Look at this. He goes knight c6 and bishop d3 back. Wait, did he just gain a tempo?
He did.
Yes.
He did. Because the bishop was on c4. And look at Anish's sneaky maneuver. Sahaj, he goes bishop d5. Artemiev thinks, wait a second, I can just go back. Because if you go c6, he had some tactic prepared. Guys, can you find it? White to play.
This is actually, I think, not an easy one. We have a really nice tactic incoming in this position. Try to find it if you can. And hi, Katie.
Oh, Katie is in the chat. Hi.
Hi, Katie.
We are missing her.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully she can join us soon. And meanwhile, chat, feel free to drop some lines here. I mean, this is very, very difficult to find, I have to say. Not super easy.
It's not easy.
Maybe we can show the chat.
The move is bishop takes f7. Boom, sacrificing the bishop, because if you take, there is this knight on a5 which is trapped, and white can go b4 now. And it's not like white is much better, but there is some imbalance. The king on f7 is slightly weak, and potentially long term this could be an advantage for white, but this didn't happen. Knight c6 back, and now the bishop is on b3, which is generally a better square for the bishop than on c4, because after knight a5 we can just go back bishop c2 now.
Absolutely. And now we have this extra move, bishop to d2, which might come in handy with some queen c1, bishop takes h6 ideas mentioned a bit earlier. But I think smart maneuver by Anish here. How this unfolds, I think we can probably see in a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, let's check some of the other games as well.
What about the game of How Ifan? Can we go to the game of How Ifan as she's taking on Bibisara? And Sahaj, I have to tell you, we had a very similar idea that How Ifan played yesterday, advancing her pawn from e4 to e5 and then getting this maneuver of bishop c2, knight d2. And it feels as if, again, How Ifan has garnered a significant advantage. But look at Hikaru's game. Can we quickly go there? Because look at the development that has happened in this board. 1 second, I have to catch up to what happened. Bishop f5, we saw this. H4, h5, we saw knight d5 as the last move. Takes the bishop on f5, Fabi takes, bishop takes, king d6. Now white is down in an exchange, but he has this huge asset on pawn h6.
Monster of a pawn on h5. He pushes the pawn h6, b5, h7. Now the only choice he has is to sort of sacrifice that rook back, you know, to for the rook and the knight. I think that's what he does.
C6, oh, and queen. What a nice tactic there by Fabi. But I think I have a feeling that Hikaru had all of this prepared as takes, bishop e4, rook to h2. And Hikaru is claiming that yes, you are up a pawn, but my pieces are very active. My knight on d5 controls this pawn from advancing to f4, and that he is going to be able to defend this. I mean, to you know, hold Fabi just in a brute opening, like, you know, showing brute opening preparation. We have not seen this before by many players.
You know, what what I'm really thinking about is that, does this mean that when you play Petrov, you have to go knight takes e5, I guess, as white?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most popular move on move 3. That's what Fabi played as well. And Hikaru usually responds with, you know, I mean, you play d6 or something else, but Hikaru responded with knight e4, which is considered to be a bad move. But in this scenario, Hikaru is so confident and he's able to make a draw. Does this mean that he believes that, you know, this e4 is more or less over, or theoretically it's a drawn opening?
He's claiming that if you are well prepared, you can play any opening. But what a nice match strategy that they had, that Hikaru should hold on board 1. We saw that Anish is, you know, trying to show his opening knowledge and nuance in his game against Artemiev. So Anish slightly better on board 2. But actually, that is bad news for Fyers American Gambits, because Pragnananda, can we go to Prag's game? What's happening here?
Yeah, in Prag's board, we have a simplified version, more or less here. He goes knight d2. Yeah, I think he'll go a bit faster. Yeah, like, I think because the games are developing so fast, he goes e3, knight d7. Look at that g6 and e6.
Look at this.
The wow
wall that he made. Bishop
b4
d3,
victory.
c6. He's just putting all of his pawn on light squares. Oh, oopsie doopsie. Queen e2, and he does not go for a6. He's like, I'm going to go for a5.
Short
a4.
castle. And now all the pawns are on light squares yet again. e4 takes.
A lot of exchanges. And this is the live position that we have on the board. I was predicting Pragnananda to score a victory on this board, but looking at the position, I think it's heading towards equality, or even black slightly better, because this bishop does not have a great future because of its own pawn on e5.
You know, for me, I think time is a huge factor in this format, because let's remind everyone, there is no time increment until move 40. So that means 12 minutes is all Prag has, you know, to sort of go in the game. And for Rapport, it's 15 minutes, so that's 3-minute advantage. And I think Prag is going to look for some kind of an advantage and use more of his time. And I think this is not a great sign for him, because there is not much in this game left, and he might end up having time issues. So I'm going to pick a Rapport win here.
Oh no, sorry, that was, yeah. So I think, for me, I think it's going to be more or less around equal. You think Rapport will do well, but the game on the Prodigies board, this is developing the way we predicted, as Leon Mendonça has a huge center. Look at these pawns on d5, e4, the rocket bishop on b2. The bishop is just going to... Actually, can you not just win a pawn now?
Yes, but it's not an easy move to go bishop takes f6, yeah? Because
you take,
at
you
the
just
end...
take.
Yeah, but at the end, you're giving up your dark bishop, you're giving up control of the dark squares. I guess it's not an easy decision for him, because the advantage kind of changes from, having the central space to sort of having an extra
Material
pawn.
advantage, yeah. But Leon is doing quite well. I mean, with the white pieces, after his win yesterday, it seems as if he has, gotten himself in the rhythm. And the best, by the way, we are not taking the pawn on c4 now, guys, because the pawn on e4 is loose, right? The pawn on e4 is hanging. That's why you first chop off the knight on f6, and after the queen captures back, you then capture the pawn on c4. That's the best sequence.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, why do I have to capture this pawn at all? Why can't I just go bishop b1 and just say, okay, I believe in my position, I can go e5 next and maybe go for some attack. I know that the bar doesn't like it, but practically, I don't know.
It still looks very good for white.
Yes,
I agree with you.
it looks amazing, actually.
It feels as if white ever gets e5 and this bishop opens up, it's just going to be completely crushing. But maybe black has to find some accurate moves like bishop f4, but very tough. Very, very tough to do this. And after a4, c4, Leon is thinking in this position. So Leon slightly better here. By the way, Inyats, Theodora Inyats is better with the black pieces, because after knight f3, which was some king's Indian position, a4 played by Theodora controlling b4, because if you go b4 now, there is en passant, and the rook on a8 hits this rook.
Nice.
So she tries d takes c6, b takes, and she captures the pawn on e5.
Wait a second.
Thinking that if you take here, you take here, but...
So usually you do something like this when you believe, okay, you're better, yeah? And the fact that Inyats is thinking for such a long time, maybe she thinks that she's worse. Do you think that's a possibility? Even though she's completely better here?
Or maybe...
Because she's a pawn down, yeah?
Or this also happens when you have so many good options. It's like, which, I have faced the most difficult time when I have two good options. Because it's so hard to choose between those two options. One option here is to take the pawn on e4, because the bishop on g7 now attacks the knight on e5. So this is one option. The other option for black, which is not at all easy and you have to be aware, is to find the move queen to e8.
Basically what you're saying is that this is King's Indian. You cannot castle, the white king cannot castle anywhere.
If you castle here,
it's GG. If you castle on the king's side, it is GG. It's like both ways, it looks like it's going to be GG. So there is long-term pressure on the king. So forget that you're a pawn down. Develop your pieces, and the position will sort of deal with itself.
Yeah, I completely agree with you that in this format, initiative is super important. A pawn isn't as valuable as king safety, and the king on e1 does look quite sensitive here on e1. Knight takes e5, Theodora still thinking. So let's do a quick roundup, Sahaj. On board one, we predict. Can we actually have the screen where we can see the pairings once?
I would offer a draw on board one, but I think they are not going to sort of go for it.
And here we can see it. So you can see the evaluation bars. Fabi, board one, equal, right?
Yes.
Anish, slightly better, but around equal. So on the top three boards, we might see three draws, Sahaj.
But Rapport, I think, has a sizable time advantage.
That's true.
Over 5 minutes, so we cannot, not...
But he's trading the bishops now.
Yeah,
so...
but Prag is going to play for a win. Remember, Prag always pushes for the win, and he's going to think more. I mean, practically, I feel Rapport has more chances here. But okay, objectively, you're right. It's going to be a draw.
You might be right that Rapport must play for a win, because look at the evaluation on board 4. How Ifan's game. How Ifan, if you see in this position, has a nice spatial advantage with her pawn on e5, and she rightly goes for this idea of h4 to h5, trying to launch an attack on the black king, because here you can see 4 pieces on the queen side, which means there is a shortage of pieces in defense on the king side, and white is going for this idea h4 h5 to take advantage.
And you might think that, okay, maybe black can go queen g4 or something like this, to shift the queen on the other side. But look at that pawn on b7. That's under attack, and that's a huge problem. This is why the queen has to remain on the queen side, and the king is maybe...
And h5, a move that seems quite logical. The problem is that, yes, you stop me from playing h5, but what about the g5 square now? As the white knight can jump into g5 at some point, pawn to e6. This idea is also going to be in the air. So board 4 for Alpine SG Pipers, much better. Leon Mendonça, did he play it? Did he take the pawn? Yes, he did.
So Leon having, I think, a very good advantage. He might be the player who brings it home for the Alpine SG Pipers, a much needed victory against the Fyers American Gambits. This board, I think, is where they have to strike.
So Alpine better on board 4 and 6. On board 5, Theodora Ignatz actually is playing a great game so far, as she found the move queen to e8.
Wow, look at that. Attacking that knight on e5, kicking the knight away, and maybe putting some pressure on the e4 pawn as well. Because if you go bishop takes e5, I don't even know. Like, I can go dc5, queen e5. I think everything looks so convenient.
Bishop c5. Yes, you can
I can do anything. Yeah, I can do queen e5, dc5. Both look kind of more or less okay to me.
D takes c5. The problem is that if you come back knight to f3, somehow pawn to a3, loosening this diagonal, and once you go b3, guys, it's time for tactics. Black to play. How can you take advantage of this bishop on g7, eyeing this rook on a1?
It's a great point. The hint is that look at the dark squares. The dark squares are so weak in this position.
And hopefully you guys have guessed the move. Knight takes e4, boom! And the problem is that if you take with the queen, you don't take on e4, but you give a check on c3, and the queen on e4 is hanging. And if you take with the knight, then the rook on a1 is going to be loosey-goosey. And that's why knight e5, queen e8, great spot by Ignatz.
And by the way, while Nino thinks
yes, what
about the
happened?
chances, look at Prag's board, because
Prag?
he is worse now.
What is happening?
This is what I told you, that 6-minute advantage for Rapport, and he has an extra pawn in the rook endgame. This is not easy for Prag to save.
And a lot of moves, castles, rook c7.
We are getting a rook endgame 4 versus 3 incoming, because I think the c4 pawn might get taken soon. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, right now, Prag wants to capture the pawn on c6. Let's say rook takes e5, Sahaj, maybe black is like teeny tiny bit better, but I don't see Prag losing this. I just don't see Prag losing a equal rook endgame here. Rook takes c6, and we might even see one of the players offer a draw.
You think Rapport will offer a draw here?
I don't think that we will see a result here. I think this game is going to end in a draw. Is there any update on the icon board? If we can go to that board.
Still an extra pawn up for Fabi, and still not a huge advantage there. Hikaru has just pushed b4, trying to loosen up the queen side pawn structure, and of course try and exchange another pawn as well.
This will definitely be what black wants, to put pressure on the b2 pawn. And the more pawns you exchange, the closer you get to a draw with the black pieces. Because even if these pawns get exchanged on the queen side and the knight sacrifices itself for the f2 pawn, we obviously know that the infamous rook bishop versus rook endgame is a draw. So quite a big drawing margin for Hikaru in this game. Not much has changed, but how fun. Her advantage is increasing.
It is massive now. This means that this board, she's basically winning, yeah? She should be winning in this position. One small mistake by Bibisara.
Yeah, can we look at that? B6.
It was B6. Yeah, I think it loosens up the C6 square. I think she wanted to release the queen to go to G4.
But what a perfect understanding by Howie Fan, going rook d1 first, black played b6 and realizing that I need to relocate my rook to c1 now, and this is why Howie Fan was a former world number one. She's not going to miss these strategical points. Queen d7 playing on both sides of the board. h5.
And you might wonder why she went rook c1. It is simply because black, Bibi Sara in this game, wanted to go queen to g4, and she says, no, that c6 knight is my target. And I'm now going to put pressure on the king side while your queen is stuck on the queen side.
And white has a fantastic move here. White has a very nice move to get an advantage. And it's fascinating that even with equal material, a position which might seem equal on the first glance is close to winning for white. If you ask me the evaluation, I would say white is better. I would say like maybe 0.5, 0.6. But I don't think I would have said that white is close to winning here.
Yeah, because you go e6 and boom, golden pawn has been targeted. Once you go f takes e6, you can target the g6 pawn.
Yeah.
And that is just GG. Very soon it's going to be
I
GG.
know that there is a way to give double exclam, yeah? How to do it?
Not really sure, but there is a way to do that. Yeah, but I think if she goes for e6, it's going to show up by itself.
Boom. Bam. Pawn to e6.
Nice.
If you take with the pawn here, if you take with the pawn, somehow the move queen d3 now, and you go knight g5. If they take the pawn, this is just game over. And Howie Fan is thinking, will she find it?
Of course she will find it. Look at her. She's thinking about it. She's thinking about, wait a second, e6 is just winning for me. And the problem is that if she doesn't play e6 now, then it gives Bibi Sara a chance to go queen g4, and that might be the sort of the chance she needs to activate her queen and maybe save her king for a few, even though it looks a bit temporary to me. Even if you don't play e6 here, Harshit, can't I just go h6?
h6, yeah, for sure. And she goes for
Wow.
it. No, it's Howie Fan is like, you give me a chance to play a move like e6, I will play it. And it feels as if Howie Fan is getting back inspiration, the way she used to play before, very aggressive and dynamic. She was 2680, almost 2700. She has competed with the likes of Magnus Carlsen in tournaments before. One of the best players that we are seeing on the Superstar Women's board for sure. e6.
Of course, like by a very big, of course, the favorite. Yeah, this, basically the second greatest female chess player who ever lived.
Yeah,
basically.
after Judith,
Yes.
Queen e8 back. And now, you get to put your pawn on e6 and you're not even down a pawn. I guess you can just simply play queen d3 here because black is threatening to take the pawn. You double down on this diagonal. By the way, Howie Fan much better. She takes the pawn on g6, but Leon also has a massive advantage, Sahaj. And the Alpine SG Pipers are doing well on two boards.
Basically, either Bibi Sara or Murzin have to save their game in order for the Fyers American Gambits to win this match. They are both looking more or less lost.
It's not looking good.
If they lose the match, then it comes down to Rapport, who has maybe a teeny tiny chance in the rook endgame to try and play for a win. But if these three conditions are not met, then of course the Alpine SG Pipers will win their match. And with that, yeah.
But Sahaj, look at this. The game of Leon. 5 pawns for white here versus only 3 pawns. The pawns on b6 and a5 have been completely controlled by this pawn on a4 and the bishop on b5, and it's as if white is 2 pawns up, not just 1.
Wow, absolutely, yeah. But again, maybe white also has this sort of block on e5, yeah, because you cannot really play e5 right now. So maybe there is some consolation. Like you have some control over the dark squares. Murzin knows he's worse here.
Yeah,
Leon
sure.
knows he's better here, but
I'm just curious to see if I give up this pawn. Look at this edge. White can even give up one of the pawns and still be much better. So Leon surely is going to try to give Alpine SG Pipers 3 points. Let me quickly go to Richard Rapport's board against Pragnananda to see if Richard has any chances. And maybe you were right, actually, because the threat of pawn to e3 is very real.
Absolutely, and it's move 33 right now, so Prag has around 7 moves to make in 4 minutes without any increment, and then he gets a 2-second increment. The position, Rapport has just gone king f6, by the way, in this position, and Prag is thinking because it is not clear what he should do. because e3 is an ever-longing threat. His rook on f1 is stuck, defending the pawn on f2. His rook on c8 is stuck, defending the pawn on c6. My question is, what do you play?
I know. I mean, I have seen this one concept that once you go c7, e3, white always has king f3 idea. And the point is that if you take, and white comes back king g2, and you have no way to progress, basically. So this could be a drawing concept. He goes back after c7, king e7.
Played. c7 played, king e7 played by Rapport. I think he's trying to go for the c7.
King g1.
King g1. Ooh, wait a second. And now e3 looks very tempting to me, because if you take on e3, it's a checkmate. And
If you take, it's checkmate here. Just to quickly show, check, and checkmate on the next move. That's why king g1, e3, and Pragg thinking here.
Look at Pragg's body language. He is literally shaking at this point.
Man.
You can feel the pressure.
Rook a8, best move. The engine says, guys, don't worry. It's still equal, but practically with two rooks eyeing on the 7th rank does look a bit scary. Let me see if there are updates on any other boards. Bibi Sara actually is coming back. She's making a comeback.
Wow, Bibi Sara might be the hero of this match, because if she saves this against How You Fun, then Fyers American Gambits could win this, because then Inyats Theodora is gonna be taking down Nino, as we saw a bit earlier. But this is very complicated, yeah?
It is complicated. Just to remind everyone, if you win with the black pieces, you get 4 points. If you win with white, you get 3 points. And this imbalance in the scoring system allows the player with black to take more risks. And if we see one win by Inyats, and look at this, quickly going to Inyats's board, Sahaj. She was +2. She had a huge advantage the whole time. But somehow,
wait a second.
Right before c5, bishop f3, good move, bishop f4, and somehow black should have played queen e6, queen f6 to come on this diagonal. She played bishop b7, mistake, because now rook e1, and the queen is getting kicked back, queen c6, and knight d5.
Wow, and played knight d5. Now the only move for her, for Inyats, is to play bishop d4. Impossible.
Man, it's possible that Nino wins now. And look at Inyats. She's down to 2.5 minutes. And Nino getting some of the confidence back she takes. And now she's much worse.
No, she's basically borderline lost here, because after queen takes d5, you go into the end game. You're not saving that.
But this means, Sahaj, that Alpine SG Warriors is cruising through.
Wow.
Because this was the only board which we predicted Theodora Inyats to bring the Fyers American Gambits 4 points. Now,
Actually,
for sure with the queen. Why is she thinking?
Let's not be so quick, because Leon is no longer winning.
Really?
And
Yeah, she takes with the queen.
Okay. She takes with the queen. This is the only board where Inyats was winning before, but now it looks like she could lose this. But this is the biggest advantage that the Alpine SG Pipers have in all of the boards.
Look at how the tables have turned. The game where we predicted black to win is now the only game where the Fyers American Gambits are much worse.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not count out the match between Pragg and Rapport.
You want to go here?
Game,
sure.
Look at this double rook endgame, 2 versus 3. Objectively, it is drawn.
Okay.
But practically, it's a different
chances.
story.
You still think that black has chances with 2 rooks on the board? 2 minutes on the clock for Pragg, but he's confident. Rook
All I'm
A6.
saying is that if there is one rook, I will agree with you.
But he'll trade it now. He will trade it.
I have king e5.
And then maybe check somehow.
King e4, king f3. He goes king f7. No,
now
king
rook
a7
A7. Yeah. Okay. Now we think this game is going to be a draw.
Yes. Now
it should be a draw. So icon board. Just to quickly show you guys what's happening on the icon board between Fabi and Hikaru. It's very close to a draw.
Yeah. That board is a draw, and Anish. Oh, look at this!
Very close to a draw. Anish, what's happening?
Slight trouble, maybe. Yeah, bishop takes e3, taken by Artemiev, and he has 2 minutes extra in comparison to Anish.
Oh man. Okay.
Maybe some chances here for black.
This game, I wouldn't say black is better because the king on h7 looks a bit weak to me. I would still say that it's equal, but the clock situation does seem a little worrisome for Anish Giri right now, for the Alpine SG Warriors on this board.
Yes, the Alpine SG Pipers, I think, look very,
by the way, draw. Pragg's game is a draw.
Wow.
Okay, good save by Pragg.
Yeah, much needed. If Rapport was able to win this, then it would really turn things around for the Alpine SG Pipers.
And they're thinking now, but Sahaj, can we go back to Ignaz's game? Because I have a feeling this is going to be the board that decides the outcome of this match, because Ignaz is down to 1.5 minutes.
Wait, how is she winning again?
She's winning.
She's winning again.
This was a big mistake. To take the pawn allows the black rook to pin here. You take my pawn, rook d7, doubling down on this line. And now, what does Nino do? Sahaj, what does she do? Because you are threatening to take the bishop.
She has about 3 minutes to figure out what to play here, but the bishop is pinned. You can go something like rook d5.
No, but the bishop is hanging.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
Is this lost?
She just missed that the bishop cannot move because the rooks are going to capture on d1.
Wow, that's... This
and look at Ignaz. She shakes herself up. She's like, okay, I made a mistake, but let's come back.
But Harshit, let me remind you and the chat, this is just move 27.
Ooh.
So Ignaz has to play 13 moves in 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Man.
13 moves with no increment. That's not easy.
And Nino, you can see the way she kind of swayed her body back and forth. She's nervous. She recognizes that she's missed a full piece. Goes king c2. Actually, a best move. Takes.
Yup.
And what do you take back with? Because rook e8 check. Queen d6, rook e8 check, Sahaj.
Wow.
Some tactic.
You don't want to go into the rook endgame, right? Does she go queen d6?
She takes, but rook e8 check.
No, that's not winning anymore because you go rook e8 check.
She needs to play this move. Check.
Of course, you cannot
Reflection.
You just cannot keep. You can even go queen takes d8 and it still would be the same, yeah? Because you can go rook e8 in the next move.
Oh yeah, you can even take, give a check, pin this bishop and start rolling these pawns down the board. She does it. She takes. And what a game we have in front of us between these two girls.
Do I even have to give a check? Why can't I just play b4? And play it, but
she played it.
Exactly. b4, c5. Wait, Ignaz could lose this.
For sure, no? King b3, king a3. And
three pawns and 1 minute.
Oh man.
3 pawns and 1 minute is not a good combination.
And Nino is going to think about rolling those pawns. Is there any other board that we should move towards?
I feel like this is one of the strongest or the most critical board in this match between the Alpine SG Pipers and the Fyers American Gambits.
Maybe just to quickly show how we fun game versus Bibisara, and then we'll come back to this one. It's 29 moves and they both have a minute on the clock. Another important moment, as the only move for Bibisara is to play queen f8. If you don't do this, your pawn on e7 falls.
Wow. So
and she plays it.
Beautiful.
Great
critical
move.
Moment. Great move. I think Bibisara.
So 5 pawns each, but with the knight on f7 Sahaj, we both must agree that white is putting pressure, right?
For sure. But knight takes e6 is a threat.
Some tricks in the position, Sahaj.
Yes. Let's quickly switch back to the Nino versus
Nino
Theodora
game.
game.
Okay.
I think this is the most critical match. Whoever wins this, I think wins the match. Bishop b2 mistake.
Ooh, c5.
And now you have to go rook e6. Rook e6 and played. Wow.
She finds it.
Wow. That was not an easy move to play. Nino says no rook trade.
And she wants to cut this, keep the king cut. Is it time to push b5? Maybe first better to bring her king. And
look at that, Theodora. Look on the other boards to make sure how many moves have been played, because she knows 2-second increment is going to be so critical in this moment. She has to save this.
Man, 45 seconds for Theodora with 6 moves to make, and these pawns are running down the board. I am actually starting to feel that practically she's better.
You mean
Nino?
Nino, I think, could win this match for sure. And
oh my god, I'm slipping.
Push the pawns all the way, and she goes f3 and rook e5. That's a mistake.
King c4. I like this. Yeah. Trying to push b5, b6.
Yeah, just make any move. Just play something.
Oh
anything.
Man. 15-25 seconds.
She wants to give some checks from the back and also go rook a1 and to take that pawn on a2.
But too slow. These pawns are running.
Wow. But at the end, you have to give up your bishop for the pawn, right? How else are you going to save this position?
So, one pawn, this bishop will give itself for this pawn maybe. And the rook, if captures this pawn, it's a draw. But if the bishop moves somewhere, the a3 pawn falls.
Let's also remember that Nino is having the tournament of her life. Yes, she defeated Kostanyev, she defeated Stavrula, and then drew against Harika. So, she's having a great tournament so far. And with this win, she'll have 3.5 out of 4.
No, Nino has a big chance here. Guys, Leon, who was much better before, is now around equal, but will stick to this game as b5 check on c1. 30 seconds for both players. 3 moves to make.
Wow, king b4 played, and now you have to play something. Just play something.
By the way, how we fun? Oh my god, can I go to this game? What is happening here? Wait, look at this.
Wait, who is winning here and
check.
Why?
And look at the white king. Where is it running?
Wait. Can Bibisara play for a win here?
King
Because-
F4. What? Where is she going? King F4, Knight G7.
Look at how you found time. She
Look.
has 7 seconds.
Oh man.
7
Queen
seconds.
F5 check. And how he found so brave to put her king on F4.
Oh, that's a blunder. Bishop
Check.
C3. Bishop C3 is winning.
Queen check and she plays it. She plays it. How he fun is going to win this game.
King A3, I think you just have to find a way to avoid the checks. Do not go for the repetition, but she just doesn't have enough time.
It's not so easy to
She
run away.
just does not have enough time. Queen F1 check played.
Oh, this is not easy because if she goes King C2,
Oh, that's
it's a repetition.
3-4 repetition.
She
Claim
can
it.
claim a draw now, and she does.
Wow.
So alert, Bibisara.
Wow. Insane. And look at that by Hikaru. He just said, let me just check that it was a 3-4 repetition.
Impressive that this game is going to go towards the draw. But look at Nino's game. It's going completely crazy here.
Wow. Nino might win this, but now
6
both
seconds
players...
each.
Wow.
Yeah,
Who's
we have
playing
drama.
for a win?
King G7. The white king is going to capture all the pawns. G5.
And look
the
at
pawn.
the time. Look at the time. This is very, very...
Takes. And
Oof.
look at this 4 versus 1 pawn. Who's winning?
I've never seen something like this before.
I think white. H4.
King C7. You have to be so alert here, but you just don't have time.
And King D6.
Oh, okay.
What a nice defense by Inyat so far.
Bishop D2.
Man,
Brilliant move.
Only move King E5. Will she find it? Only
Yeah,
move to
of
stop
course.
F4. And King E7.
No, King E7, King F5 is losing. Oof.
Now F4 G5.
No.
Inyats.
No.
Allowing this. Shouldering. And Nino knows that it's winning now.
This is winning because the bishop cannot defend on both. And there's this thing called one diagonal principle, and the bishop cannot defend both pawns.
They cannot. And Anish's game also ending in a draw. As you can see here, but let's stick to this game.
Yep, we have
Nino is
3
winning
draws
and
already.
Leon is also winning.
Wow. So board 4, the Prodigy board and the women's board looks like it's going in the way of...
King F6. Is she getting winning any chances? No, you cannot take the pawn because the G pawn promotes. Now king supports the pawn and the king will just march towards this pawn, I believe. King D5.
The Alpine SG Pipers, I think, are going to take down
What a nice win.
the Fyers American Gambits.
And King B5 now.
Nice.
And this is over. The
Yes.
A pawn runs down the board. Yes.
Fast pawns must be pushed.
And look at this. Leon wins. And Nino Vatsiashvili wins.
Wow. Big, great performance by the Prodigy and of course Nino as well, taking down Teodora and Volodar Murzin.
Goes down as well against Leon Mendonça. So finally, the score between these two teams is 10-4. Sahaj.
Wow, 10-4 is very impressive from the Alpine SG Pipers. And with that, they are currently, at least right now, leading in the standings. But of course, there's 2 more matches yet to be played. But what a turnaround for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Started from the bottom, now I'm here.
Yes, sir.
But look at, the game between Inyats and Nino, in my opinion, was definitely, the turning point in this match because Nino was much better throughout the whole game. As, from this point on, we were basically seeing when she found this, especially here, after the move Queen E8. We thought that she's going to cruise through and win the game. Some turnarounds, and finally, actually, it was around this moment that even being down a piece, she somehow managed to, promote these pawns and play a fantastic game there. Finally, captured these pawns.
I feel for Teodora, the mistake was to go into the end game, like trading off the queens. If you can go back to that moment here.
Oh, sorry.
Why take with the queen?
My bad, I changed the game. I'll just quickly go to this game. Yes, you were saying?
So why take with the queen after...
Yeah, you should take back with the rook, is what you mean, yeah?
Because if you take with the rook, then white's king is exposed. You can give some checks. Here she can definitely play for a win. After you take with the queens, those pawns, b3, c4 pawns are just cruising.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in the end, that, the white pawns simply were too much for the bishop on b4 to defend. And the Alpine SG Pipers defeats the Fyers American Gambit with 10-4. Sahaj, what a match this was. Very exciting, because also the alertness shown by Bibisara to claim a draw at the perfect time against Howie Fawn was impressive. After this, we have another big match coming up between the PBG Alaskan Knights, who are at the bottom of the leaderboard here, taking on the Upgrad Mumba Masters, the home team, where Gukesh tries to give their team the first points, taking on vachier-lagrave. And we will take a short break before coming on with that exciting match. Stay tuned with us because this is going to be very entertaining.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
Chess or your markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fyers Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
Chess or your markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fyers Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
Chess or your market, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने।
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
Joining us, the young icon Pragnananda from Alpine SG Pipers, riding high on the win today, Prags.
Yeah, it's great that we won back-to-back matches, and that puts us in the contention for like the top two. So it feels great, especially like first two matches didn't really go well at all, and it's great to see Leon striking, and also Nino and Ethan are also striking. So it's just the top three are not really striking, but hopefully we'll get a few wins from there as well.
So, you know, you've played around leagues around the world. How does this one make it different? What is that one thing you're looking forward to in this league that makes you excited to play here?
I think this is a very exciting format, not only for the fans, but also for the players. But it's just that when you lose on one game day, it's just you have to take that loss for 24 hours before you get another chance. So that is the one thing that annoys. But if you keep winning, then it's fine. So overall, it's a fun format. I think also having it in India, seeing so many fans and so many kids coming and watching the game, it's fantastic.
Well, what do you think of the fan zone? You know, all these fans have come here to meet you. You get to be in such close contact with them. They get to be in such close contact with you. Now that you are interacting with them, they're just so excited to meet you. How do you feel as a player who has so many fans and they come here to watch you, to talk to you, to play with you?
Yeah, I think it's great for both us and the fans, because you know, fans get to see the top players. They can, you know, interact with them. They can take inspiration from them, especially the kids. Because I remember I've had these few instances when I was very young to see Anand sir after World Championship and so on. So all these things definitely gives you a lot of inspiration. So it's really nice to see them, and I think because of them we have such a league that is going on, and it's for them. So it's really nice that they're also enjoying it.
Well, one insider question, I want to know this from you. All of y'all are friends. Like, I know y'all are different teams, but when y'all are at the hotel, y'all are having meals together. Do y'all share some advice for each other, or does that competitive spirit stay there throughout the league?
You mean within the team, or?
Between players from two different teams. Okay. Let's say, do you talk to Vidit, or do you talk to Anand sir?
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, we are... I don't think we are hiding something so important here. Yeah? I mean, for example, I am meeting Arjun every day, but it's not like I'm trying to, you know, hide a team strategy, which there is no team strategy basically. So yeah, I think we are just normal. We are enjoying the tournament. I think that's the most important one.
Well, that is what we want. We want to see that fierce battles on the board when you're on the stage. But then otherwise, everybody loves the bromance between all the players. Thank you so much for joining us. The fans love you. I think they want to get back to talking to you and get that interaction with you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll be back with the studio shortly. But before that, a short break.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
Chess or your markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, Fyers Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना।
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने। घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने। ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने। चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती
और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire you can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage. One spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands. History shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last. Future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. Welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, lights up, the world is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain. Every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर, सीने से लगाई लेती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वो एक ढक्कन। पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
You Mumba, new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumba GT.
And we are back for the second match of day 4 here at the Global Chess League. What a round we had. Sahaj, the Alpine SG Pipers, who were not doing so well, suddenly on top of the leaderboard with a 10-4 victory against the Fyers American Gambits.
And no losses for them. That's, I think, the most impressive thing out of today so far. Top 4 boards making a draw, and Teodora Inyach losing to Nino Batsiashvili, and of course Volodar Murzin losing to Leon Mendonça. What a match. But now
we have a big match between the PBG Alaskan Knights taking on the Upgrad Mumba Masters, and these are the pairings. We can see the two heavyweights, Gukesh and Arjun, still waiting. The whole team, Sahaj, has not scored even one win in 3 rounds, and I'm sure they are very motivated to get some points on the leaderboard. Gukesh takes on vachier-lagrave on the icon board.
Absolutely, and I think one good thing about the PBG Alaskan Knights is that they are playing with the white pieces.
Yeah.
When none of your teammates have won a single match in 3 rounds, that's 18 games, not a single victory.
It's crazy.
In that situation, you take all whites you can, and you score and you try to win as much as you can. And I think they have done that very right in this match. Gukesh versus MVL. Who's your favorite?
I have a feeling that Gukesh is going to be super determined to get his first win in this tournament. But I have to tell you, Sahaj, that yes, they are playing with the white pieces. But if any of the boards from the PBG Alaskan Knights lose, it will give the Upgrad Mumba Master 4 points. As the Upgrad Mumba Masters playing with the black pieces, we've talked about how in this format, a black win gives you 4 points. A white win gives you 3 points. Going to Arjun Irigaisi, the madman's game against Wesley. So this game, I'm predicting Arjun to pick up the Gandhi women's strike.
Oh yes, because I think Arjun, he has been quiet for 3 rounds. He has made 3 draws back to back against Artemiev, Veyi and Vincent Keimer. But now against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, he plays against Wesley So with the white pieces, and this is where he will strike. And this is, I think, the match which will put PBG Alaskan Knights back on the map.
They have to. I mean, because right now, if Arjun or Gukesh don't strike, I actually think that this is very important in terms of the tournament standings. Right now, actually, if we can quickly, just for 1 minute, bring that up to show where the PBG Alaskan Knights are on the leaderboard, you will see they have 0 match points. The PBG Alaskan Knights, here you can see the producer doing a great job of bringing this up on the bottom of the leaderboard, and 5 teams with 6 points. PBG Alaskan Knights is in a do or die situation right now, Sahaj.
Absolutely, 6 points, meaning 1 win is 3 points. So they have to win today and tomorrow to catch up to the rest of the teams in the Global Chess League. So that's obviously a very tough situation for the PBG Alaskan Knights, but really hoping that they can make a comeback today, because we want a close fight with everyone. That's
we want
what
a
makes
close
it fun.
race. And let's quickly talk about the rest of the boards. Lanier takes on Shakriar. I have a feeling that Shakriar, who's having a great tournament, I mean, quite a good tournament with 2.5 out of 3. He's a big performer for Upgrad Mumba. I think Shakriar, small favorite here. Lano versus Humpy. I feel it's kind of balanced. Sara Khadem versus Harika. Maybe Harika having a small edge in this match. And then Dardha. Daniel takes on Daneshwar Bardia. What about this match? The Prodigy board, Daniel Dardha versus Daneshwar. Do you think that Daniel has a small edge over the Iranian player who has been doing well in this event?
Well, I think on paper, there's about 100-point difference between Dardha and Daneshwar. However, Dardha has not scored a single win so far. In fact, he's 1 out of 3, meaning 2 draws and 1 loss. And Daneshwar, on the other hand, is 2 out of 3, 2 wins, 1 with the black pieces, 1 with the white, and 1 loss for Daneshwar here. So, I mean, Daneshwar is more in form, but I think Dardha is the better player on paper and is playing with the white pieces. So I'm going to say Dardha has a good chance to strike, and this is where he should strike. But there is one more board which I think where the PBG Alaskan Knights have a very good chance, and I hate to say it as an Indian fan. I think that board is Lagno versus Humpy, because this is in this format. I think Lagno is a beast. She is extremely quick. I think she is a world blitz champion multiple times.
But in rapid, say she is the current world rapid champion. Humpy.
That is true. That is true. However, Humpy, you know, I think she
in
had
this event she's struggling.
She had a bit of a, I think, bad match yesterday against How You Fun, and I think this is where Lagno could technically strike. At least that's my feeling.
And you know, we always love to root for the underdogs. I think it's clear that from the team performance, the way Upgrad Mumba Masters has played in this tournament, they are surely, I think, on paper, Sahaj, a small favourites, considering the form and team spirit that they have. But Gukesh and Arjun, if they can lead from the top of their team here, I think they have a great chance, PBG Alaskan Knights, to win. Let's quickly, let me get your thoughts about whom do you think is going to win. For me, it's clear, PBG Alaskan Knights. Are you on the same team?
I really want them to win. Yes, objectively, I'm not so sure, but I really want them to win, because let's make this, you know, let's put
close encounter.
Yes, let's bring some points on the board. And of course, I'm seeing the chat as well, and people are saying Wesley Sir is not going to go down easy. No player here is going to go down easy, of course, but you can have favorites, you can have the form. I think, plus, I mean, looking at, you know, the state of PBG Alaskan Knights, it's just not nice. We want them to be back.
Guys, do like the stream, do support us, do come to the Royal Opera House, because we are trying our best to, you know, bring this exciting format to India. The Global Chess League first was in Dubai, then went to London, now comes back to our own country here in India. We have 2 streams. One in Hinglish, where it's Tanya, Sagar and Irina Crush who's commentating there. You can hear the headphones and listen to them live inside the playing hall. And me and Sahaj are doing the English stream here. So bahut maza aa raha hai. And I think just in a few moments, we'll go live inside the playing hall.
It's actually very, very, very funny, because you said English stream and then you proceeded to say something in Hindi.
Guys, maza means fun. And so we're just having fun.
Also, for everyone watching this, we do have a special guest coming in for the Game 3 commentary as well. So do stay tuned for that. It will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we have a special player who performed extremely well at the World Cup. So keep guessing who that player is going to be. And I have a feeling that we are going to focus on the top 2 boards, right? Gukesh, the current world champion, who's still waiting for his first win, and Arjun, India #1, also wanting to, you know, put their team on the front here.
If you could pick one board where you think one player is a heavy favorite, which board would that be for you? Doesn't matter if it's white or black.
I actually think Gukesh with white against MVL. I somehow feel that based on their stylistic differences, I think Gukesh with white is going to be a big favorite against MVL.
Wow. Okay, MVL has not lost a match so far with the black pieces. In fact, MVL has not even drawn a match with the black pieces.
He
so
defeated Vishy, I remember that, in the first game with black.
And then he lost against Hikaru with the white pieces, and then he defeated Fabli with the black pieces as well. So,
but according to the cycle, he won one, lost one. It means it's possible.
It is possible indeed, so, and of course it will bring some points.
Let's go to the playing hall. You can see the icon board. Let's go. The action is getting ready. You can see Gukesh adjusting his pieces against MVL, and we are going to see the ceremonial first move here. I think it will be H4.
Wait, what? He goes for H4 and Rook H3 next.
A5. Oh yes. We are sure that those are going to be the moves played by the players.
Yes. That is exactly how they're going to continue. MVL is fine with it. So we can keep that if you want.
And here you can see Harika super focused, playing against Sara Khadem, who seems to be in good spirits. I love that. Sara Khadem's team not really doing so well. But by the way, talking about their team jerseys, it's so hard to, find differences in their team. But we have kickoff.
Oh, wait a second.
Let's go.
Humpy has gone for the modern defense with E4, G6 already played. I think that might be a slight surprise for Lagno there. Humpy playing for a win with the black pieces, that's for sure.
I mean, I'm a kind of a principled player, and whenever I see someone playing pork with black, I mean, yes, it kind of portrays that they have a lot of confidence in their ability to trick them, but white is better, no sir, just great control of the center. But nowadays I think it's so difficult to get people out of opening theory that you have to play something like this.
Absolutely. And Humpy is also looking at those juicy 4 points, because if you win with the black pieces, you get an extra 1 point. You get 4 points, which is great for the team. And Lagno, not in the best spirits. I mean, she has lost 2 games in a row going into this match. She's lost against Zhu Jinner with the white pieces and Polina Shuvalova with the black pieces. And now she's playing Humpy.
And I think Humpy is trying to, get a game in this match. We see her, playing this kind of a provocative opening here, giving white the center, allowing white to go H4. So we are going to see some big fight on this match. Sara Khadem and Harika's opening has also started. And look at this.
Wait a second.
Harika goes for the Dutch opening.
Wait, both Humpy and Harika playing with the black pieces they both want a game. They're not trying to equalize matters.
When the manager and the team sat together for the team meeting, I think they strategized that Humpy and Harika, both of you play aggressive openings. Even if one of you wins the match, we are leading, right?
Yes.
Because if you lose, your opponent team will get 3 points. And if you win one game, you get 4 points. So I think that's the strategy. Key on these 2 boards, try to play risky and aggressive chess, and that they're sure they'll get 1 of the points on that board. And Stonewall, by the way, I used to love playing this when I was younger, to put the pawns on the light squares here and to quickly go for this attack with knight e4, h5, h4.
Wow,
exactly.
h5, h4 looks so dangerous here, so tempting as black. And I think as Sara here, I mean, as the white color here, I would be a bit concerned. Please, I would just be praying, please castle. But so that you cannot play h5, h4 anymore.
But there are obviously some, strategic compromises that the black pieces have made here. As you can see that the bishop on c8 completely blocked by its own pawns on e6, d5 and f5. So Harika playing aggressive. It will be interesting to see if Sara will be able to take advantage of this opening. And what game?
Yes, go back to Lagno's game, because look at that. We were discussing h5, h4, and we have h4, h5 on the board against Humpy. And now if you go knight takes h5, are we looking at rook takes h5 here, Arjun?
The rook?
Sacrificing?
Rook takes h5, pawn takes, and you are claiming that I can afford to give my exchange and quickly go for bishop c4 because all of black's pieces are underdeveloped. Maybe you're right, Sahaj.
Wow, this looks very, very tempting. As white, I can tell you, I've won a lot of bullet games with this opening with the white pieces by sacrificing rook h5. I'm not sure if it's
and she takes on h5. Can we see it? And boom! Oh man, I'm scared for Humpy to be honest right now.
Yes, I would be as well because this is risky. Usually you get the d4 pawn as black, but Lagno has already defended that with bishop e3. So rook takes h5, very, very dangerous move here.
And white is going to launch a quick attack. I won't be surprised if we see a result very quickly on this board, but the icon board between Gukesh and Maxim has started. Let me show you what is happening on that one as c4 chosen by Gukesh, knight c3, d5, d4 transposing into the queen's Indian, knight f6, takes, bishop g5, so far very natural, pinning the knight, black goes bishop e7, unpinning it, e3, h6, bishop comes back to f4. Okay, slight, change from the usual opening here as bishop goes to h4 generally, but Gukesh plays bishop f4.
I think usually either you go bishop f4 straight away or you go bishop g5 and bishop h4, right? So he has mixed these two. And now the question is, how does this inclusion of h7, h6 help Gukesh?
And we are going to see what Gukesh had in his mind as Maxim quickly plays pawn to c5, looks over his teammates' boards, and as he's like, I just got a free tempo, and knight f3 played, knight to c6 played by Maxim quickly. And so this game is interesting, currently equal. I'm very curious personally, Sahaj, to see what his idea was to provoke this move pawn to h6. Quickly going to the madman's game.
Wow,
Arjun.
Madman. I think one good thing about Arjun's board is that Arjun is having 2 minutes more than his opponent, Wesley So of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. I think this is where Arjun can strike.
Yeah, and just look at this body language. I love that, Arjun is leaning forward, has a great posture, whereas Wesley doesn't really seem very confident about his position from the body language. But let's see what happened. Knight f3, knight f6, chop chop, knight comes to c3, c6, bishop f4, bishop f5. So we get this typical Karlsbad structure, e3, knight d7. By the way, guys, very typical idea here at some point in future is this minority attack. Is that these two pawns, and we call it minority because the two pawns here facing off against these three pawns launch an attack with b4, a4 and b5 to undermine these pawns is a very strong idea. Knight h4 played by Arjun, attacking this bishop behind, bishop d3 and
e6 he plays, and now white goes knight f3, knight h5 attacking, returning that favor, attacking that bishop on f4. He goes bishop g5, black plays bishop e7, offering the trade of bishop, and Arjun says yes, let's do it, takes, and now he goes h3, black plays knight g7, short castle, and the second trade of bishops is offered by Wesley So. Yeah. I mean, the time situation is good, Harshit, but by the position, I'm not so sure.
But what a nice idea, no? Sahaj, to just quickly highlight Wesley finding this maneuver, knight to g7, and then to go bishop f5, trading this light squared bishop. And I think after this, the position is going to be very solid for black. So Arjun at some point has to find a break somewhere, right?
Yeah. I think for sure, but this is, it looks kind of calm, and Wesley has a reputation of being an extremely solid player. This type of a position maybe favors Wesley slightly. Not maybe by the position, of course, but Arjun has still
very solid in this position.
Wesley's very solid. I'm leaning more towards a draw here.
But I have a feeling something will happen. Somehow Arjun will change the character of the position. But let's go to the prodigy board, as you you just look at the position, Sahaj.
Wait, what?
Exactly. That's my...
What is this?
Exactly. Just look at how it happened. D3.
I don't even know who is in practice.
Bishop c5, bishop e2, knight f6, and takes the pawn on e5. Takes d4. So white is actually playing like black. Because he played this d3 and d4 maneuver. Takes on e4, takes b4.
And he goes knight to e6. f4, wow, knight goes to c6.
Because if you go here, f5 of course would be a big problem. Knight c6 and castles.
So he is down a pawn, but the compensation is you have double bishops and maybe more activity, slightly safer king, more activity on the board.
I'm all white on this board.
Yes.
I used to play King's Gambit and sacrifice a pawn. Here I even have the pawn on f4, f5, bishop b2, and it's, if you don't play accurately and develop your pieces, you can just get steamrolled here. f5, f6, bishop b2, very easy to lose with black here.
I'm looking at the bar here, and of course queen f6 is the only move here for Daneshwar. If he doesn't find this move, he's already in trouble.
He's already going to, an f5?
Wait, what? That's a
No,
mistake.
that's a bad move.
And I think if Darda has prepared this, okay, probably not a blunder, it's a bad move, but if Darda has prepared this, he knows f5 is a mistake.
I mean, also, just by looking at this move, it opens up this diagonal for the bishop to give a check. But also now you can develop. And the point is that we just have a huge lead in development for just one pawn.
Wow, that is huge, actually. And speaking of a huge advantage, let's switch to Lagno versus Humpy, because guess what? She is already winning.
So after queen h5, e6 happened, e5, shutting this bishop on g7, d5, and now f4, f5. And just a very bad opening choice by Humpy here, as after rook takes h5, Lagno is massively better.
Yeah, and look at the time difference, almost 5 minutes, and basically virtually a winning position here. You just go long castle. I like this f4, f5, but I'm also thinking long castle, knight f3, knight g5, so simple. You don't even have to do anything crazy. And my question is simple. Where is that king going?
Yeah, where is this king going? Because she does go for long castle, your idea, Sahaj. And I think she's flexible now. She can choose between going knight h3 to g5 as you highlighted, or also this idea of f4, f5, which also looks scary. Bishop g5 at, by the way, look at this. If you go knight d7, Sahaj, white to play.
Oh, knight takes d5. Is it working?
Knight takes d5, but just simple chess.
Oh, bishop g5. Yeah.
Bishop g5. Your queen is trapped.
Wow.
You can't do this.
I was trying to be fancy with that knight d5 e6 business, but I think bishop g5 is way nicer.
Also,
way easier.
No, for sure, knight d5, these ideas are going to be in the air, as we perfectly figured out that the pawn on f7 can be attacked after e6, but bishop g5. And that's why long castle, Humpy is in big trouble for the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Yes, and she is down literally 5 minutes on the clock, and 10 moves have been played so far, which means 30 more moves have been played, need to be played for Humpy, and in just under 12 minutes.
And Harika,
I think this is losing.
What about Harika? So Humpy much worse, right? But their strategy was that one of the boards between Humpy and Harika need to win, and Harika is actually putting a lot of pressure on white. Look at this.
Yeah, that pawn.
G5, G4, and then H5 is going to come in.
Ouch. I think this is the fashion. Yeah, just with white you just go h4, h5. With black you just go h5, h4, and just see what sticks. Basically,
I'm very surprised.
She returns with knight e1. I think best move in the position. And now, are we expecting h5 here, Harshit?
You have to be a bit careful about these f3 ideas, I feel. The other idea for black is just to chop off this dark squared bishop, because, this would mean that our bishop on e7 is going to be unopposed. And yes, we have this bad bishop on c8, but this idea of going boom, boom, and at some point bishop g6 or something like this to activate your bishop is quite typical here. What did she do? Yes, she took on e5, d5.
Yeah. And now basically bishop d7, I really like that move, yeah, just to have that maneuver all the way to g7. Very much, you do a similar sort of maneuver in the French defense as well. Quite interesting there. And so maybe no attack incoming with h5, h4 anymore, since the center seems to be a bit more open, and a flank attack might not be as effective anymore.
So I think we can say that Harika has potential to become better. But right now it's kind of dynamic, but on the icon board.
Yes, exactly. MVL is already better against the world champion Gukesh with the black pieces. This is not good news.
How did this happen? Because after rook c8, white goes queen a4, which allowed queen b6, because now a6 and the b2 pawn is potentially going to come under fire. Rook d1, rook d8 developing. And as soon as the knight moves from e2, losing control of the e4 square, the black knight pounces forward with knight to e4, threatening ideas like g5, bishop takes e3.
Wow, bishop takes... Come on, that is dirty.
That is tough.
That is so tough. Imagine that happens on the board. That will be so difficult to deal with for the world champion. But right now he's in deep thought after knight e4. Maybe knight of d4?
Yeah, knight of d4 is a very natural move here with white, and it kind of solidifies white's position. Maybe saying that white is much worse is a bit harsh, but it's clear that black is comfortable with his position.
Oh, he goes h3. That's a mistake, because it only stops g5, it actually invites it.
Oh man, g5 is a big move for Maxim here.
Wait a second. g5, bishop h2, bishop takes e3 is losing for Gukesh.
Oof.
He has to go bishop. Wait.
This is just gone. Because takes, and knight f2 check, and all the disco ideas are gonna come.
Yeah, so the smothered checkmate, yeah, they must be there somewhere. But if you cannot go bishop h2, why would you play bishop h3 in the first place?
Yeah, you never want to give up this bishop on g3. And Gukesh looks away from his board. Maxim looks very focused right now because he smells this is the moment.
Yeah, I think a strong player can always sense that moment. And I think he senses it. Look at him. He's looking on the left side of the board. I think he's about to play g5 and Gukesh.
You think he will?
Yeah, I think so.
You think he will play g5?
For sure, I think he realizes that there's bishop takes e3. Oh, and there it is on the board.
Maxim, we can't count him off. One of the best. He was world blitz champion at some point, if I'm not mistaken, and he's really putting the pressure on Gukesh right now, who's struggling to find his form in this tournament.
Let's not forget this. If Gukesh
only move by.
If Gukesh does not, if he loses this match, it would be 3 losses in a row for the world champion. So this is very important that at least he makes a draw here and stops the bleeding.
And why is he thinking? This is a bad sign. Because you have to go to h2.
He did not see.
Oh, he goes bishop g3. Okay.
Yes, he goes
That's
bishop
a good
g3.
sign.
But he definitely missed the move g5.
Yeah. Because otherwise he would not have played pawn to h3, because you go h3 Sahaj to have this square on h2 for your bishop, and after g5 if you can't even put your bishop there, for sure a bad sign. But look at Lagno's game is just so good for white.
I would love to be playing this as white. Yeah, this is so nice. You can play king b1 and you're still winning.
I mean,
it's just so winning. You can play anything and you would still
can
be
we
winning.
try to explain to our viewers that why does white, who's an exchange down, is significantly better in this position with so many pieces on the board?
I would argue that white is actually winning in this position because there's a bunch of different reasons. Firstly, I think there is space. White has so much space in this position thanks to that e5 pawn and the knight on g5, queen on h5.
Boom!
And the coordination of the pieces, knight on g5, queen on h5, the f4, f5 incoming. Black's king is just going to be unsafe for the remainder of this game. Doesn't matter where it goes. If it goes to the long side, f7 pawn will hang. Short side, well, good luck to you because you're going to get checkmated somehow. And I mean, I can go on and on and on, but black really needs a miracle here
to
in order
save
to survive.
this. And if you go h6, guys, tactics time.
Oof.
Tactics time. Are you doing the puzzle rush here as white has a brilliant idea? Boom!
Oof.
Sacrificing the knight on f7. If you take, you are in this nasty pin. White just simply brings another attacker towards this knight on g6, and white is completely winning, as no way you can defend this. And that's why after f4, I have a feeling that the PBG Alaskan Knights are going to get their 3 points from this board.
Absolutely. And if we can switch back to the icon board between Gukesh and Maxim.
What's happening?
Gukesh has just one move in this position, which kind of saves him. If he doesn't play that, he's definitely going to be worse. And that move is bishop takes c6 in this position, and it is not easy.
That's so tough, Sahaj. To voluntarily give up my bishop on b5 without even being attacked. What's the idea to give up this? If I take with the pawn?
Not even sure. I think you go bishop e5 maybe, or it makes no sense.
Yeah, because you just put your bishop on g3.
Yeah.
But I guess the point is that you somehow control the d4 square better. Guys, in isolated pawn positions, the square in front of the isolated pawn is crucial to control. And I think in this position, if we have to go to such a length to give up our bishop on b5 just to control it, tells you the importance of this. And Gukesh, by the time he's thinking, knows he's in some trouble.
Yeah, I think he is in deep trouble, not just on the board, but okay, I think his team is also going to suffer with this loss, because if MVL wins this, then it's 4 points.
Ooh, that's
a lot of points.
That's a lot of points. But what about Arjun? What about Arjun's game? It's been a while since we had a look at this game, because after bishop f5, he goes rook e1, wanting to open up the position, castles, boom. He breaks in the center.
Much needed to create some imbalance on the board. Knight takes e4 happens. He goes knight f6, knight to c5. Beautiful move. Discover attack towards the queen. Queen side steps to c7. Bishop c4. Rook d8. And look at this. He goes rook c1. Developing. Quiet move, right? And rook d6 happens. And now a4.
Oh, what a move. This is class.
Now we are seeing Gandhivam.
The press.
Yes, now we are seeing Arjun, the true Arjun, come out, because now I think there is huge pressure on Wesley So to make some accurate moves and equalize this game.
And the point is that 4 opens up this bishop on e6, and after rook b2, I mean, somehow, black is ready to even push h5. At Mumba Masters is banking on her to somehow create chances with black in this position. So Harika is doing well. And on the final board between Daniel and Daneshwar Bardia, where we predicted Daniel to do quite well, somehow Daneshwar has managed to bring his queen in the center. And this is a crucial moment, Sahaj. Black's only move is to take this pawn and be greedy, because if you don't, somehow a3 and knight d5 is coming.
Already I think white is 2 pawns down in this position, but those dark squares are just too dangerous. And I think what this means is you just try to gobble up all the pawns you can, and he does. Queen takes f4, played by Daneshwar. He's in superb shape against Daniel Darda, offering the queen of trades. The question is, does he go for it? And I'll answer this for you. He shouldn't.
He should
Do not trade queens. You're 3 pawns down. Don't trade queens.
But get what's the best move? To take the queens, but
no, really,
yes,
it's the best move.
It's unbelievable.
No ways.
Because the engine somehow finds some, tactical idea with rook e7, but practically, I think that queen takes f4 should definitely not happen.
Yeah. Don't take it. Don't take it.
Queen b1. I like it.
Wait,
queen c4. But I'm not sure, Sahaj, if this is easy for black to save, because a3 and all of black's pieces are completely on like a different side of the board, and white is ready to play
bishop a1.
Boom! Sahaj.
Oh, no ways.
Yes.
What?
Open up the position. If you take, you just come back to e2 and you are 4 pawns down.
And yet you are not losing.
You're better.
Mike, I think what really surprises me about this game or about this move is that why did he go queen b1? Why not queen d1? Like, why put the queen on that side of the board and then play g4?
Maybe queen d4, something like this.
Right.
Afraid of. But queen b1, and now Daniel is thinking, so this is a complicated game. It can go in either direction. Let's go to...
Lagno is completely winning. Yeah, +4 winning. Like, next move she plays, it should be over. It should be GG. F5 is that move, and it is GG.
I mean, we were never in doubt after move 6, to be honest, Sahaj. After move 6, when white played pawn to h5 and sacrificed it with rook takes h5, for me, already after move 8, Lagno's win was never in doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And I think she was a favorite for me going into this match. I think because Lagno is such a strong, fast player, and you can see that.
And f5. Look at the way, the intensity, the strength with she made the move pawn to f5. Just
that she knows she's winning.
Yeah.
Because when you play it like that, And let's show everyone what happens after bishop takes d3.
Oh, bishop takes d3.
I think that's the more critical move. Yeah, bishop takes d3. You go f takes e6. I like this a lot.
Oh
Because
my
nice
God.
intermezzo right there. You are a full rook down right now, but the compensation is just too much. There is the f7 pawn hanging. There is a bishop on d3 hanging. You can only save one.
And this is so beautiful. E takes f7, king d7, and somehow after queen h3 check, you are just checkmating the black king here on d7. And I think Lagno has spotted this. Oh, oopsie doopsie. Yeah, f5, and now Humpy is thinking here, but too late already because no defense for black.
Yep. Lagno with the 96.3% accuracy, delivering when it matters the most for her team. PBG Alaskan Knights.
So Lagno, if we can actually bring that visual with the bars, is the only player from the PBG Alaskan Knights having a good position, because look at boards 5 and 6 Sahaj. Harika and Daneshwar Bardia getting slightly better, and on the icon board, let's take our attention to that board. It seems as if the game is petering into a draw.
Oh yes, I think Tablash incoming.
Good result for Gukesh, because 5 moves back.
Yeah,
here,
he was in
we were
deep
very worried.
He was in deep trouble, but looks like Gukesh is holding on to a draw, which I think is a great result here. It stops the bleeding. No more 3 losses. It was looking very shaky at some point, but I think nice result there.
Yeah, so he's going to draw his game. So we will get a result on that board. Arjun, what about Arjun?
Ooh, but I have some bad news
What
for
happened?
you and some bad news for the PBG Alaskan Knights. It's that Sara Khadim is more or less in
a big moment here. Big moment here. White to play.
What's going on? What am I missing?
White has a big idea
Not
here.
rook f5. Is it?
Yes.
Wow.
Chop the knight on f5. G takes, and a great move here is to pin this rook on d6, queen to f4.
Wow, queen to f4 looks insane.
But what happened?
Lot of compensation.
Lagno
Yes,
blundered.
Lagno has just blundered her game. She did not see the intermezzo with f takes c6. She was pawn takes d3.
Oh.
And now Humpy is back. Humpy is back.
Man, the whole game we were saying that it's clear that Lagno is going to cruise through this match, but she just forgot about taking on e6 first.
Wow.
And now cd3, will Humpy actually make a comeback?
Even though I think Lagno has just made a massive blunder, I still think that she's going to win this match, simply because Humpy has like 4.5 minutes on the clock, and only 16 moves have been played. That means around 24-25 moves Humpy has to play with the black pieces with no increment.
Yeah, but at least she has good chances to hold now. But look at the prodigy board. The PBG Alaskan Knights are kind of getting in some trouble here, Sahaj, as Daneshwar is up a full piece right now, and Daniel Darda is playing one of the most creative games of his life if he manages to win here, as he's trying to go queen b2 and queen h8. I don't know.
If he wins this, this is gonna be like one of the highlights of his career for sure. Like, he will remember this game for a very long time. But the question is, he has to win first.
Yeah, because
it's a huge risk.
A piece is a piece. Even if black is able to give that h6, fantastic move by Daneshwar, creating a luft for his king on h7.
Yeah, if white goes queen b2 to play queen h8 check, there is king h7, and that defends both the g7 and the h8 squares. Beautiful move by Daneshwar.
Daneshwar is going to try and bring the Mumba Masters the 4 points. He has been the man of the match in one of the games, having a great performance here. And Lenier's board, we did not, have a closer look on this board, as we thought Lenier might have small chances, and indeed those small chances are turning out to be real problems for Shaq, as bishop on d6 and knight on d7 are in some pressure.
No, I see a lot of Shaq fans in the chat.
Oh.
And I think they would be very happy. But looking at this game...
Why? How will they be happy?
Because look at the time.
Oh, the time.
The time. Then Lenier has 4 minutes, like less than 4 minutes on the clock, and Shaq has almost 8 minutes. Yeah, I mean, this is move 24. Lenier has to play 16 moves in 4 minutes. I mean, even if you are better, it's very hard to convert.
Correct.
So I think they would be happy. I mean, I would be happy if with my opponent if my opponent had all of this. And also, Shak played a brilliancy.
Yeah.
He played a brilliancy on move 20. Let's quickly show it to everyone what that brilliancy was. It was Queen F6. Look at this move.
Oh man, it's
so nice.
So nice, because if you take the rook on b2, guys, can you find it? The idea is bishop to h2 check.
Wow.
Disco check, winning the queen on a6, and that's why after queen f6, queen came back to d3. Rook b8 was inaccuracy by Shak, as white could take knight e4, rook d1, and Shakrir is thinking, I actually think, Sahaj, that he's in more trouble than we give credit for, because after knight e5, queen d5, do you know what white's threat is? It's a nasty one.
Oh, Bakrank.
It's a nasty one. Queen takes e5 is a big threat here. Because if you take with the bishop, back rank problems. And that's why Shak is thinking here, Shak under trouble. Arjun, almost winning.
Really? Arjun is winning?
Yes.
Oh, wow. That is much needed for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And let's go, Arjun.
G4. Power move. Kicking the knight away to h6 and then entering with the rook to e7. And the madman is going to bring the PBG Alaskan Knights potentially its first victory in this tournament.
Yes, he is the first victory on the game itself, because that might this is actually huge news for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Let's go, Arjun. Rook b7 is the top move here. Let's have it on the board.
Rook to b7. Come on, Ajju bhai.
We have rook e7 coming up next. Rooks belong on the 7th rank. And look at that knight on h6. It doesn't have much of a future here.
And he just needs to make 8 more moves here. Look at their coach, Swayams Mishra. Very anxious to see what's happening on this board.
By the way, huge update.
What?
Lagno is now completely losing against Humpy.
I mean, this is completely unbelievable. Lagno, who was in complete control of this game, suddenly the tables have turned. And let me first understand the material.
It's not even the same table. It's not even the same day. Like, I don't even know how to explain this. This is completely, you are +5 or something like that, and Humpy was on the verge of resignation.
You have to be accurate. You give someone like Humpy a chance to make a comeback, and she is going to take that opportunity. Pawn to g4 played, trying to create some chances. I like it.
Another inaccuracy, because black can play h6, she can play f4.
Yeah.
They are completely fine as long as Humpy doesn't blunder something immediately. She's
and
going
f4
to
played. Yeah. No, Humpy is going to not give her any chances, most likely, as the queen on h3 has been closed. But with king on d7, we'll have some practical chances.
Wow. This is absolutely insane to me. But let's not count off the situation yet, because Humpy still has 2.5 minutes on the clock with 19 moves to be made. There still could be mistakes from both players. But this is completely unbelievable.
Completely unbelievable. h6, fantastic move by Humpy. But guys, can we see once the evaluation bars? Because guess what's happening on board 4, 5 and 6?
Oh, that is sad. So board 1 is a draw. And wait.
What is this?
No ways.
Why is the evaluation bar jumping like this?
No, it's not. No, I wasn't even looking at the thing. I was just looking at
the evaluation bar.
Yeah, and
tricky evaluation bar.
Wow.
Gukesh draw, by the way. Okay. So this is the first game that concluded 1-1 is the score, but it's all going to come down to those last 3 boards. Arjun is winning, though maybe we can stick to this game. Rook to e6 played.
Wow, beautiful move. Inviting black to go queen takes e6.
And he did take on e6 Wesley. Takes. King to g2. This is the live position.
Arjun, the master of imbalances. I call him the master of imbalance, because every single position, every single game, he tries to go for that slight imbalance and he tries to capitalize on it. And this is a huge example of that. He could have gone to b7 and kept the position more balanced, but no. 2 rooks versus queen, the absolute master of imbalances for me.
And generally we say that the 2 rooks against a queen is a stronger combination, but it's all about this weak king on g7 and knight on h6. The c6 and e6 pawns are quite vulnerable. 3 minutes for Wesley to make 6 moves, and he's going to have a very tough time to defend against this combo of queen and knight.
By the way, sorry to cut you off there,
Yes,
but Sara Khadim completely losing against Harika Dronavalli. We might see a result here very quickly. Look at that. Harika will be bringing 4 points for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Insane. Rook takes e4 is the threat,
What
and
a
Bishop d5 incoming next.
If you
Is this
take
just
your
GG?
Takes, actually, let me stick to the live board as king g1, queen h6, threatening bishop e3 check.
Wow, and queen h3 checkmate. Oh, look at that.
This is brutal. Sara Khadim's king is completely exposed, and there's no way to stop the brutal and lethal attack that Harika is launching on her with bishop e3 check.
Yes, she has 1 minute and 46 seconds, and I'm not saying this, but she has more than
But
enough time.
Lagno is winning. Man, this game is just completely crazy.
Wait, what?
Lagno is winning.
Wait, blunder by Humpy with rook f6. Wait,
And
what's
you
the
should
move?
take on g7 and sacrifice your queen, because after rook h3, rook takes f6, you're threatening rook f8 check. She needs to find this.
Wait, not rook takes e7, yeah?
No, not rook e7.
Is rook
Somehow, Sahaj, because queen g4 and you protect this. But rook f6, tough. But
Not
she's
easy.
winning.
Not easy to see this.
If she spots it.
She needs to channel that inner Richard Rapport from
And she
yesterday.
takes.
Wow! Lagno turns it around yet again, and if she goes rook takes f6, she is completely winning.
The match
What
is
is
never
happening?
over. And she takes on e7.
She takes on e7, not
And
on
queen g4. Humpy spots it, of course.
I had the same problem. I thought about the same exact thing, because you want to go g8 queen.
And look at Lagno there. She's like, I missed this one. You could see her showing the frustration. She takes the pawn on d5, but this is just check and lost.
How many pieces? Wait, what's the material count here? Black has a queen, white and a rook. White has a
3 pieces.
3 pieces, yeah, bishop and 2 knights, and the pawn on g7.
So
basically.
black is essentially up a whole rook, and rook c6 check.
Bishop c3, I think only move if you move the king, then you yeah, exactly, bishop c3. And now what is Humpy
Just
supposed to
free
play?
piece.
Which rook f3, yeah?
Yeah.
Simple. Okay, nice.
And she takes it and threatens rook f1 check, and I think this is going to force resignation, giving the Upgrad Mumba Masters 4 points.
And with that, Humpy
King
steals her
c2
first victory
of the tournament. What a topsy-turvy game here. Queen g2 check. I hope we don't get any more drama here, because I can't handle it anymore. So many mistakes.
Yeah, this
rook
is
g3.
So sad for Lagno. She played a wonderful opening, and she conducted the attack in a beautiful fashion.
Knight
but
f4.
now,
and just takes the rook as well. And
it's just not enough pieces. You can take the queen.
And win for Koneru Humpy from Upgrad Mumba Masters. And the season difficulty for the PBG Alaskan Knight continues, but no time to waste as we quickly move on to the game of Harika.
Because Harika is completely winning against Sara Khadim. Rook h5 check is just a checkmate right
It's
now.
not a check, it's a checkmate.
Wow. And 30 seconds for Sara. I think we might see a resignation on this board as well. This means 2 players have lost with the white pieces. Arjun.
And I don't think you can come back from that.
You just cannot.
Rook king g6.
Technically, the 3 players have to win.
And resignation. So Harika also wins.
Wow.
The strategy of playing risky openings does wonders for both of them, as the PBG Alaskan Knights are now down 9-1.
Wow, and that one is Gukesh's draw with the white pieces. And now we have
Daneshwar
3 games.
Bardia's game.
Oh, that's another game that is going in.
But
in their favor.
let's try to show a game where PBG Alaskan Knights are doing well. Let's focus our attention into Arjun's game, as he actually might bring the PBG Alaskan Knights its first and only victory of the tournament. As you can see, Sara joins the team hurdle there. Not a happy one for sure.
Yeah, I think the team must be in really bad shape here, because... Oh, by the way, that's a mistake by Arjun as well. He is super
Knight
focused.
D3.
Knight d3, correct move by Wesley, and equalizing matters. Wow, this is just so unbelievable, yeah, for each and every one. Something is just not working.
Yeah, something is not working for this team
Not a
in this
single
tournament.
win. Not a single win. Are we going into 4 rounds with 24 matches?
No, bhai, Arjun will win. Arjun needs to somehow be tricky enough to win this game for the PBG Alaskan Knights to just give them a glimmer of hope for their future rounds. There needs to be a silver lining to this. Rook back to e5 and only move for Arjun to not be worse. Okay, he finds it.
By the way, the game between Lenier and Shak has also ended in a draw.
Okay.
So we have 2 more games remaining. Darda and Arjun in this match between PBG Alaskan Knights and Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And Arjun is their last glimmer of hope. He has to win the match. And I'm very glad he's not looking around. Because if he saw that the results of his teammates, that would be a complete deal breaker for him.
Yeah, he will definitely lose motivation. But this means that the Upgrad Mumba Masters have sealed the win because they won 2 games with black and 2 games ended in a draw. So even if they lose both their games, they still win.
Wow. And by the way, on the junior board, on the prodigy board, black is winning yet again.
Yeah, I don't even want to go to that game right now, Sahaj. Let's stick to this game.
Agreed with you. He plays c4, by the way. Only
20 seconds.
Found
f3, protecting the knight on e4. I somehow want to bring my queen to c3 to pin this rook on e5. And I can do that because my knight is protected. But 10 seconds for Wesley now.
Very nicely pointed. Another thing is that I want to go queen b6 and a5 as well. By the way, that's a blunder.
Rook b7, queen d4, no?
Queen d4, brilliant move. Gives a check. A little smirk by Wesley So there. I think he missed that move.
And queen d4 found. Wow. Arjun Irigasi is actually doing it in style here for the Alaskan Knights, PBG Alaskan Knights.
Giving them their first win. By the way, that's a mistake. Rook takes e4, only move. And played. Wow, 4 seconds for each player.
This is going to come down to the wire. Rook b3. Great move.
Wow, queen c8 now, or you just play something. H4 blunder.
Ooh. No,
that's a check. King f2. By the way, they're playing on literally just seconds here. GH4, that's a blunder as well.
e5. Did he play?
G5, and now Arjun is losing.
Oh no. My God.
No, completely losing.
Oh, this is
so sad. This is
hard to watch. Hard to watch. He loses on time. And Arjun's so unhappy.
Oh, this is so sad.
He lost.
Arjun has lost his match. And that means the PBG Alaskan Knights have lost 3 games right now. There's one more game going on. Let's quickly jump to that. I think that's also losing for them.
That's also not going in their favor, actually. This pains me.
This is so painful.
Knight takes e6. And now he's down a full piece. And Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Wow. You realize that they made 2 draws?
That's all.
And 4 wins with the black pieces.
It's going to be 18-2, Sahaj.
It's like 18.
And look at that. He takes the rook as well. And resignation.
Wow.
What a win by the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Winning it in style of course, you feel it for the PBG Alaskan Knights, but come on, each of those matches, they just played with such energy and wow, what a fight it was.
You know, this was the scorecard. Finally, a tough loss for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Arjun's game and Katarina Lagno's game is the one that, you know, they were so close to winning, especially Lagno having a great advantage from the opening. But in this format, you have to be on top of your game until the result has been declared. Because if you relax for a moment, your opponents are going to come back and put pressure on you. And finally, Upgrad Mumba Masters just completely, especially from the scorecard, destroying the PBG Alaskan Knights.
I think this is the biggest differential score we have seen ever.
Yeah.
I think in the global chess in this season for sure, as far as I can remember. Game by game, if we think about it, Gukesh I think was in some trouble against MVL, but he did manage to draw. Arjun was basically just winning, but in time scramble managed to lose somehow. I don't know how Wesley was able to convert that, but he had better nerves. Lenier was clearly better against Shakhriyar Nurmedyarov in the end game, had good chances, but Shakhriyar fought amazingly managed to draw. And Lagno's game was I think
that was a
biggest
heartbreak.
shock because
it was a heartbreak.
She was winning after move 5, move 6, something like that. That rook h5 is basically winning for white, and somehow that doesn't go their way. And Sara Khadem, I think this is the only game where Harika, I think, conveniently sort of outplayed Sara. With Darda also, I feel what an opening it was with that bishop e2, knight takes e5. He had good chances there, but something just didn't work for him.
If I am the coach or manager of the PBG Alaskan Knights, I'm going to be telling them, guys, you're getting great positions. Just they just need to convert those better positions because they are getting those good positions. And I think it's possible that the nerves, the pressure of this tournament, spectators, all eyes are on them. It's not easy, but somehow they need to, just silence, block all of that noise and focus. But I have a feeling that this tournament is still not over for them. Somehow I have a feeling that Gukesh and Arjun are going to bring the team together, tell them, guys, 6 more rounds to go. Long way to go. We are still in it. We just need one victory to get ourselves back together, one game at a time, and one game remaining it is for today between the Triveni Continental Kings and the Ganges Grandmaster, and we have a big match there, Sahaj. Look at this matchup.
Oof, we have Alireza Firuza, the speed demon, like winning 3 out of 3, playing against the GOAT of Indian chess, the godfather of Indian chess, Vishy, and that will be an insane match between these two teams.
Yeah, we are just going to go on a short break, and on the other side we'll cover this exciting matchup, the final matchup of today. So we will see you all in a jiffy.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joys limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
You're my new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumba TT.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire, can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, this is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage. One spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands. History shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last. Future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. Welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Lights up, the world is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain. Every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage. One spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands. History shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last. Future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. Welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Lights up, the world is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire you can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, this is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage, one spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands, history shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last, future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Lights up, the world is watching, every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine, all our stars align. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire you can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, this is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. Oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Oh, 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 oh. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage, one spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands, history shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last, future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain. Every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage. One spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands. History shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last. Future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. Welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Lights up, the world is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain. Every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage. One spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands. History shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last. Future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. Welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Lights up, the world is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain. Every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage. One spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands. History shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last. Future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. Welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Lights up, the world is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, this is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage, one spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands, history shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last, future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Lights up, the world is watching, every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine, all our stars align. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, this is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage, one spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands, history shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last, future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, world is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain. Every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz, कैंपा वाली fizz.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit. Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz, कैंपा वाली fizz.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz, कैंपा वाली fizz.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the Global Chess League Festival here in Mumbai. I have a very special guest today, Grandmaster Jose Martinez Alcantara, the hero of the World Cup there in Goa. How are you finding Mumbai?
Hey, Saka, it's really great. Happy to be here. I'm like ambassador from Mahindra Global Chess League, and I'm doing some side activities for the fans in the fan zone of this big event. And happy to commentate this day, this last match of this huge journey.
How did you find? First of all, did anyone manage to make a draw against you in the simultaneous, or did you just have a complete, a full victory?
I have some game. I was in trouble at some point, but I won all my games.
Amazing! What a performance! Well, we have, I think, a pretty interesting match in front of us today. We have the match between the Triveni Continental Kings versus the Ganges Grandmaster, and of course, Alireza Firouzja is going to be playing on the icon board against Vishwanathan Anand with the white pieces. What do you think is going to happen on the icon board?
I will describe this match. Alireza is having a great momentum, great run. He won like the 3 of the 3 games. And Vishwanathan came from 2 losses. Now he just won yesterday a great matchup against Gukesh. So, both are in great shape. I think even if Vishy lost the first 2 games, he's in a great shape because now he's gaining some confidence, and that will be a great match. But I for sure might bet my side is with Alireza because also he's white with white pieces.
So white pieces and the only player with full score. By the way, did you know that there are only 2 remaining players in this entire event that have the full score, and they're both playing in this match? So the first one is Alireza Firouzja with 3 out of 3, and the second one is Polina Shuvalova, who's playing with the black pieces against Zujiner, who's also on 3 out of 3. There's going to be a very interesting match. We'll have liftoff very, very soon. Meanwhile, let's do a quick roundup of each match, and you tell me win, draw, or loss for each match. Okay? Firouzja versus Vishy.
Alireza versus.
Alireza. So that's a win for the Triveni Continental Kings. Board 2, Veyi versus Vincent. Who do you have?
I will go with the draw. Vincent is really solid, and with black, I think it will be probably a result.
I think I completely agree with you. Vidit versus Sindarov. This is a tough one, I think.
I think Sindarov will be needs some motivation for their team. He needs to bring some motivation. Also, he is doing an amazing year. He knocked out me in the World Cup. I know him so well. I will go with Sindarov.
He's just unstoppable. I think you never know what's going to happen with Sindarov. So Zujiner versus Polina.
I saw Zujiner play, and we play together in Fujairah Global Superstars, and she's really an amazing player. I will go with Zujiner, but also draw is an interesting result.
Zujiner is right now 2 out of 3, and Polina is on a perfect run so far. Very interesting you say, because of course Zujiner is the better player on paper, and she's playing with the white pieces as well. But they're going to be very interesting. And Alexandra Kostyuk, the chess queen, versus Stavrula Solakidou. What do you have there?
Yeah, I will work with experience, with huge experience. Kostyuk has better results, better career. I guess I don't know a lot of Stavrula, but I know she's really a strong player. But for sure, Alexandra Kostyuk has all the things behind her back. So I will go with Kostyuk.
Absolutely, and Stavrula is not having the best tournament so far either. She's so far on half out of 3, and playing with the black pieces against Alexandra Kostyuk might be a bit of a challenge. And finally, we have Mark Andrea Maurizi versus Ronak Sadhwani.
As I told you, I will go with Sadhwani because he's at home. He's playing maybe in his country, and I think he needs to get a point. He needs to demonstrate he's a better player in paper. So Maurizi had a great run in the Grand Swiss, but still I will bet on Ronak.
Absolutely. I think on all boards, I would completely agree with you. I have a question for you. For Ronak, I'm sure you know what happened in his first round with that Bishop A3, where he had that blind spot. I'm sure he saw that. So how do you explain something like that? Like what happens? What goes on in a player's mind that something like this happens?
That, in my case, it's really I don't remember really that game, and I just drop a piece with it. Sometimes happens when you feel like you dominate the position. You just want to play fast, to intimidate your opponent, so you don't calculate, you don't even see clear the position. Then you can forget easily. No? That in that game, I think just Ronak missed. The rook was well defended, and he just wants to attack and put pressure, and without even thinking bullet games. It was a huge mistake in this kind of format. You need to be cautious every single moment on the game.
Basically, just like a blind spot, or is it like a different?
He was just playing automatically, so that was his I think his mistake.
I guess. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. We'll have liftoff very, very soon. It is 8 p.m. I think we'll have moves on the first board very, very soon. If we can have the feed of the players, they should be sitting on the board anytime. Meanwhile, yeah, Wei versus Vincent also going to be very interesting. Look, what I really find interesting about Wei is that he went all the way to the World Cup finals, yeah, but still he has this reputation of being super solid with the white pieces.
I don't know, when I saw his games, he was usually playing Petrov with black a lot. Like, okay, every Chinese player knows how to play Petrov. UNG is the main weapon of UNG. But with white, I remember YG amazing games, like some game against Bruson, like he sacrificed every single piece and made
with the king walk. Of course, the match of the same, something like king goes from G8 to like H3 or something.
And
like
when
that.
you remember that game, you can like make a profile of just one game about he's crazy, he just sacrificed every single piece. Then you saw he just played like a I don't know.
And in other words, he's so solid, and then you see that game, and then you're completely just mesmerized by everything. Actually, during the World Cup, of course, you had this amazing run, but I remember us showing that game during the broadcast because we were like, okay, this has to be shown. By the way, speaking of the World Cup, how has your life changed since then? How do you feel post that, and what are your plans later on?
Was not shocking. We just have like 2 weeks or 3 weeks difference from the day I got eliminated. For sure, I didn't play any single turn since that day. I was just resting on Mexico. I traveled to Mexico, then I come back to here. In Mexico, we're happy. Everyone is happy with my result. We were celebrating. We were like analyzing what are the next goals on at least my career. But for sure, now I have a strong rating, a strong ELO, and I need to take care about it. For sure, the next year I need to take care about the schedule, the calendar of tournaments I will play. But for sure, it's a huge motivation, and also not just for me, also for Mexico, for Latin America, who were supporting me the whole 20 days I played in World Cup.
Absolutely, the number one player for me from Mexico, of course. Is 2,700 a target for you?
For sure, it's always a target. Now it's even
much
close,
very close target.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone wants me to go there.
Absolutely loving it. By the way, we are the players have sat down on the board. I think we have liftoff very, very soon. So in the beginning, usually it's the women's board that starts first. So we have Zhu Jinner playing against Polina Shuvalova. You can see it on that screen over there. They have started with the London system. What do you make of this? Black plays C5.
I like that C5 idea. I just remember that, okay, we can just face London with various ideas. I like to play with Queen B6, C6, Bishop D7, but I think Polina is playing some standard developing setup. So yes.
I actually wrote a course on this position of the Knight B2 like very, very long ago. But like it's one of the LTRs on chessboard. So very happy when someone plays Knight B2 here in this position. But yeah, super solid choice by Zhu, and Polina goes Knight H5, attacking that Bishop on F4.
I think this. It's normal. At some point, this is a thematic idea, and also a well-known line when white is just giving the bishop pair at some point. But black is doing some f6 at, I don't know, bishop g5, f6, or bishop e5, f6, bishop g3, and takes things. No? I don't know.
What is the point of playing bishop e5 in the first place? If you could, is it just to? I mean, what does this do?
Yeah, for sure, f6 is not a good move. So if if black wants to take our bishop pair, so they need to play f6. If they takes directly on e5, I think like d5 or e5 is it's really amazing move, because now bishop e5 is a huge threat. At least, if not, d5 is positionally good looking, but I think knight e5 and bishop e5 is almost crushing.
Oh yeah, you see the bar sort of jump in after that, and I think she's still thinking after knight h5. This might be a slight surprise for Zhu Jinner. Let's take a quick look at Kostyanyuk's board and see what happened. Some really quick moves there, with Alpine defense being employed by Alexandra Kostyanyuk. She goes d5, takes d4, knight c6, knight f3, bishop f5, bishop e2, takes, and bishop b1. Okay, rook b1, e6, and short.
This is well-known line with bishop b1. So black just wants to keep the control of the d5 square, but also now white has the bishop pair. I think some ideas are like related to b4, b5. Try to for sure kick that queen from d5 and take some space. I think a3, b4, b5, knight e5, bishop f3 will be at least thematic moves in the future.
The plan is basically to kind of try and kick this queen away, whether you do it from c4 or bishop f3.
No, I would prefer bishop f3. Yeah,
bishop f3 you would prefer.
Stronger.
Okay. Oh, by the way, bishop d6. Wow, your instinct is completely correct here. I'm seeing the bar here, and b4 is the only move for white to gain any advantage.
Before that,
and played.
I think this is theory. If she played like as quickly as that,
yeah, she has looked at this before. Yeah,
for sure. Knight before not working because you can take rook before and queen a4. And after bishop b4, I think a3 it's enough. Huh?
Bishop b4, just a3 is enough.
Yeah, I think. Huh?
Yeah, actually, many moves there, but yeah, a3, rook b7 looks very, very promising. But yeah, b4, nice move by Kostenyuk there. And Stavrola still thinking in this position. Maybe we can go take a quick look at Firouzja, because look at this.
Oh, it's a start.
Aha, we have a nice, interesting Firouzja special incoming here with knight c3 being played. And whoa. I remember
this.
This
Is the Aronian game?
Yes, Aronian versus... He beat someone, so in classical.
Yeah, it was Grandelius. Or no, Wojciech, because it's just
Wojciech, yes.
It's really good, amazing theoretician, so Le Bon's choice on that game from World Cup was interesting, not to just get away from every single...
So let me ask you a question. What is the point of playing a3 here, according to you? Like, why does white go for this, and why is it a dangerous opening?
I think just white wants to play some kind of position like e4, e5 with black, but with a tempo, no? So they want to wait the way how black will play, how they will choose the structure.
Right. So basically white is just trying to play like black with an extra move, basically like a3.
Yes, but now I think they are not achieving the situation they want. No, this kind of a philidor, but with the bishop on c5, and this is the diagonal. A3, I don't see what is the advantage or at least the excuse to play a3 in this position. So I think black is doing fine.
I do remember your game in Philidor when your bishop was on e7 against Nodirbek, with d4, d6, e4, e5.
Yeah, but the
highlight of the entire event for me.
He didn't play a3.
He did not go a3, that's for sure. Oops, I think the game just switched there. So I think after short castle, Firouzja is thinking the time is more or less balanced. Let's take a quick look at Veyi, because he has... looks like a pretty good advantage, because this came from the Caruana defense with knight d2, and after knight b3, knight d7, look at this, queen c7, bishop e2, c5, c3, c4, I think so far it's mainstream theory, knight d2 happens, and b5 is a mistake. Is it really a mistake, or...?
This type of positions are always like white, because you are threatening at some point the f4, f5 idea, or knight h4 included. And for black, the only counterplay is to play b4, take on a c3 and play against the c3 pawn. But for sure, white has a lot of ways to just prevent that. No? So,
Okay, so he does go knight h4 and black plays bishop g6, and now you're saying this the computer always shows this better because it's of f4, f5 ideas, correct?
Yeah, for sure. I need to analyze. I need to take my time here to decide if I need to take on g6. I need to play knight f1, knight e3. I love to put my knight on e3 for sure. And also, when you have your knight on e3, you can think on sacrifices on d5 at some point with f4, bishop f3, and take on d5. Okay, you always have these sort of amazing ideas, but I don't see black doing something here. It's really hard. I don't like this choice from Keimer. For sure, he wants a battle. He wants to play for a win, but now he's in a disadvantaged position. Yeah?
I think it's like from Veyi's perspective, it's like a dream position. Yeah, I mean, if you want to play for a win, but would you say that Vincent choosing Caruana was a good idea, or was it a bad idea according to you, or do you think
it always depends how well prepared is your opponent? No, I think he believes that he's better prepared than Weiji, but now
Wow.
For sure, he was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like Vincent is the one who is better prepared. But yeah, he goes short castle. Maybe takes plan. I think your plan with f4, f5 could be possible in this scenario. And yeah, by the way, going back quickly to the Alireza board, look at this. Looks like Vishy is already better with the black pieces.
Yeah, this is dream position from Philidor structures. Like at some point, you will just play d5, rook e8, f3, and d5. It's I think at least the next move, or knight c6 at some point. I don't know. There is quite a
rook e8 played.
Variety of options.
Rook e8 actually is quite looks quite dangerous, because if I play f3, then d5 looks very scary, like you mentioned. And if I go bishop g5, I think I can take the pawn, no, with something like h6 or g5. Or
yeah, knight b3 is also interesting.
Knight b3 is good. Okay.
Maybe then he's thinking, I don't know, queen d3 to
bishop b6.
Bishop g5 is failing. No tactic. Any tactic?
Bishop g5 is working, I think.
No, but h6 g5. No.
H6. Apparently, the computer says you must go bishop f6, but okay. That doesn't seem very promising.
If you need to just give your bishop pair, is not good. So okay, it's holdable at some point. You can just fight for the equality, but it's not good position.
Absolutely.
So I think I don't know.
Oh, Firouzja in trouble after move weight with the white pieces is a surprise, no?
The thing is, Le Bon, I think, analyzed really deeply. He feels the essence of the position when he played a3 idea now, but just Firouzja wants to play that. Because he just wants to don't play theorem now. Just don't remember the his analysis, or maybe he just don't understand correctly the position.
Yeah, I think this looks quite troubling for Firouzja there, and you might be right. He just wanted to avoid theory, and looks like it has backfired for now. And yeah, I think meanwhile, I think we have looked at all the games. We haven't covered Vidit versus Sindarov, and this is, wow, look at this, some crazy King's Indian position on the board, and Sindarov just trying to complicate matters as usual. What do you make of this?
This is a typical, I don't know, in Spanish it's bayoneta, ataque bayoneta, but in English, what is the name of this?
Bayonet attack also.
Bayonet, yeah, this is bayonet, typical bayonet attack against the kings in the defense. Usually I like to play this with white. You have all these ideas against the... it's difficult for black to do something here. I don't know. Your dream is to put your knight on d4 at some point. Play f5, take on e4, knight f5, knight d4. But even if you achieve that, you are always having problems with the outpost on the e4 square. And also knight b5, you will just trade that beautiful knight on d4. The future beautiful knight on d4.
So for Sindarov, he wants to put the knight on d4, and he goes gf5, by the way.
It's typical recapture. And now I think white will try to play on the king side. No, knight f1, knight g3 could be interesting options.
Okay.
Knight f1, knight b5, and then rook a3, h3, attacking the h6. If you want to force f4, yeah, and then if black plays f4, you will just win every single square like before, hold the diagonal. This is a typical strategy battle. You don't know how will be at the end, but you are you need to play the thematic ideas always.
Absolutely. So white is hoping for black to push f4, and then you will get all the control of the light squares.
And also, if you play e4 now, you can just try to maneuver your knights and take the control of f4 square, or yeah, you can play f3 at some point, then destroy the structure, open the position, and start over. So.
Okay, well, it looks very, very... Now that you break down the position for me, it looks like white is doing amazing. But do you think time maybe is a factor for Vidit here, because he has 13 minutes on the clock and Sindarov having 17 minutes?
This is a kind of position I for sure will take my time. I think the correct decision in general is take your time, because this is a strategic position. You cannot rush moves, because you need to think which idea is first and which idea is second. Maneuver, he's doing great, putting their knight on b5, then I guess knight f1 g3 or knight f3 h4, I don't know. Both are interesting options.
Knight f3, knight h4 looks very, very interesting. By the way, one very interesting point is that both of these teams are looking to fight for the top 2 spot. Essentially, they're both on 6 points. They have both won 2 matches and lost 1, and whoever wins this match will be in the top 2 spot. So it is, I think, a very, very crucial match for them going into day 4. I think very, very important thing for them. And yeah, so going into Vidit, he's looking better, I think, more or less. Let's look at maybe...
We don't see Ranak, but I think that game will end really soon, really soon.
Oh, wait a second. First of all, why is Ronak playing so quickly? He has 17 minutes on the clock and looks like it's going to be equal. Which opening was it?
Yeah, for sure. It was Berlin. Maybe exchange French, but most probably a Berlin with a typical same structure, similar structure.
Yes. Very doesn't feel like this type of openings work well in classical, or do you think it works better in faster formats?
If you want the draw, it works in every single format, even in bullet.
So would you say that it's on Ronak that he played Berlin, or do you think it's on his opponent that he played this short castle?
I think Berlin is a great idea. Like if he believes Mark Andres is well prepared in other type of positions like Sicilian or other type of openings, he's doing a great job. So he's forcing Andres to take risks in this kind of positions.
Yeah, for sure. And if we can have that scene with all the boards and all the bars, so we can just wrap up and check who is winning, who is sort of having a worse position. There we see it. Ali Reza, we checked. Ali Reza is here. I think he's in slight trouble, but doesn't feel like it's over yet.
I think this is typical position Firuza will love if he's not having great time in the opening, but he has a lot of potential complications. But also you are playing against Vishy, who loves complications, who loves sharp positions. I think he will have hard times in this position. If Firuza is playing against some positional guy who likes to play technical positions, likes to play like positional ways, so likes the positional solutions, exchanging pieces, for sure he will just create chaos and he has his chances. But against Vishy, they are maybe similar styles, so they are like playing their.
Vishy likes chaos as well. Vishy likes chaos as well. Is that?
Yeah, for sure. Their games are in their great times, in their best times. So they were like totally attacking games.
Nice.
To play like attacking.
I think I will agree with you that. By the way, in this position, just knight takes e4 is the only move here. But you need, actually he has gone knight takes e4. Knight takes e4, rook e4 happened. Castle knight c6, and this is the current position.
I don't like the knight on b3. I think if the knight is on c3, it will be other history. But with the knight on b3, I think black has some really nice position. But for sure, king h1, f4 should be coming now. For sure, bishop d3 at some point. You don't need to play bishop d3 now, because that rook is not doing great in that spot. So king h1, f4, I think that's the choice.
King h1, f4, and just go for the kill. So Bar says that it's okay, slightly worse, but okay, the game is not more or less over. Let's hop over to board 2 with Wei Yi and Vincent Keimer. How do you think are the chances for Wei Yi with the Triveni Continental Kings in this position?
Oh, I still like the white's position, but now it's quite interesting. Like, you know, like the best square for the knight is e3 or maybe g5. I don't know which square is better. Depends on the situation. But I don't feel like what is the idea here? If I can play f5 and exchange everything, is totally winning. But for sure, black is trying to stop it. It's that idea.
That's why he got knight h6.
And actually, I don't like the pawn on a3. I will just control the b file with rook b1, and I'm controlling every single square of the king side with the g4 and f4 pawn. So I think white is doing great. I don't understand the bar when it's almost equal. I will feel like here I'm almost winning. Okay, I can understand knight a4, queen a5 ideas are coming, but I don't feel like they are so dangerous that.
Oh wait, sorry about that. I'm just wondering one more question. Would you ever go short castle in this position?
For sure, because g5 is not, f5 is not a threat, and you need to coordinate your pieces. Now black, I think, cannot waste time with the random moves. They need to just go all in against the c3 pawn. You don't have any other plan. You cannot play f6. You cannot play g5. You cannot target any other weakness than c3. The c3 is the main and most important weakness the black needs to Even okay, you can try rook b2 at sacrificing the exchange and something like that, but okay, you need to spend at least 4 moves in that idea.
So maybe something like knight f4, queen f5, rook b8, and somehow you put the rook on. It's actually a very creative idea from Vincent Keimer, and maybe the position is not as comfortably better as it looks for white. I think black also has good chances. So that's game 2 for Vidit versus Sindaru. This is the current position. Do you still feel the same, that Vidit has
now
sizable advantage?
Yeah, now you see that the bishop is now on c2. That changed a lot in that position. The knight is going to g3, so black is almost forced to play e4, and then f3. Okay, every single piece from white is doing something, is attacking something. So in normal understanding of chess, this is for sure at least clear advantage for white. Just see the rook on a6, just doing nothing.
Oh, amazing. And by the way, we do have an update. The prodigy board between Maurizzi and Ronak Sadhwani has ended in a draw. So that's the first match that has ended in a draw. That means 1-1 for Triveni Continental Kings and the Ganges Grandmasters. I think a good result, safe result. Are you surprised by this, or do you think this was very logical?
Yeah, I think it's okay. If you are playing a match, if you're playing black, a draw is always a good result for a player who's playing black. So
okay,
black pieces.
So good result for the Ganges Grandmasters. Okay, I think they wouldn't be unhappy with this. We were on Vidit versus Sindaru. You said Vidit was looking much better, maybe even more better than usual.
Yeah.
Let's hop over and check in with Zhu Jinner versus Polina Shuvalova. Zhu Jinner having 7 minutes on the clock.
Is pawn up? I'm not mistaken.
No, you're right.
7 against 6. No?
Would you say like having like 13 minutes versus 7 minutes also is like a pawn up or something?
No, in this situation, no. They have 2 seconds increment at some point.
After move 40 only. So it's like move 23.
In this type of positions, you will reach move 40 in 2 seconds. So, don't worry. So now the plan, I guess, is bishop f1 to bishop e5, and then start. And then white needs to think what is happening. So now that idea to put the bishop on b5 is the easiest one. Then you need to think.
And then maybe you like make a king b1, king c1, and just get to move 40, and then you think, so that you have
if
to.
Black cannot improve their position, it's good idea, but you don't know if you are just better in any case, or you need to play as urgently some idea. As soon as possible, some type of idea. That seems like if you play c4, it's totally a draw's position. If you try b4 to create 2 pass pawns, black can just put their rooks on on the c file, and will not allow you to play b4. So it's hard for me to think a way how white can improve their position, demonstrate their pawn up.
Well, for now, Polina is thinking, and I think this time difference is quite a lot for me. But you are right. I mean, if black cannot find a way to improve, then okay, like what are you going to do with all of that extra time? Let's check in with the last board between Kostyanyuk and Stavrola as well. This is the current position. Kostyanyuk having more than half the time in the position.
I like the white's position because just they are dominating, they are pressing, even they are not attacking any single piece or any single pawn or weakness. They are dominating the position. I think, yeah, b6 seems quite logical because white was intended to play a5, b6. And now, I don't know, what is the correct idea? You can try knight e3 and try to change the structure. It was interesting. What do you think about instead of rook e1, knight e3, change the structure and put some other type of problems?
Knight e3, like changing the structure, like would you rather take on d5 or would you rather take on f5? Were you just hoping that black will...
No, for sure on f5. No,
on
structurally, yeah. It's
structurally taking on f5. So if black goes knight fe3, like this sort of conjoins our pawn structure, maybe improves our position a bit.
Because now you will get scared about e4, and if you play f5, even e4, you are opening the position, creating more weaknesses. So that is the type of decisions you need to put in your opponent like mine. No? You need to put your opponent in that type of tough situations.
Yeah, that's good because already she's already maybe less than half the time on the clock, and maybe thinking about structural decision could
And also, you are up of time, like 7 or 6 minutes up.
Exactly.
Knight e3 will be for sure.
She does play knight e3, by the way. She listens to you. Yeah, let's go. Knight e3 and she goes knight fe7. So
that's quite logical.
So if you take on d5, then maybe I can capture back with the knight.
I will not take on d5. My idea is just to change the structure. So I will just maybe improve my position. King g2. I don't know if the rook on b3 is doing a great job. I think that rook could go to other square, maybe to e2.
To e2?
Yeah.
So you want to put it on e2
I want
because...
to target e6, yeah, at some point. I don't know if I'm letting black to play knight before, but I will take that risk. I will take that.
So like some way, like rook d3, rook d2, rook e2.
Seems like this, quite slowly, but if you don't have any fear, it's maybe the best decision.
If you could tell me like one board where things are looking really critical for you, doesn't matter if it's white or black, like which board would that be for you? Like is it
critical?
Is it critical as in this board decides everything in this match, or this board looks like where it's going, where a result is most likely between?
I think the game, I don't know what will happen in the future, is the YG against Vincent. Is the most interesting game. I mean, it's the interesting structure. I don't understand until now what is happening. I don't understand what is I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, if you tell me white needs to play this and this and this, I'm not sure.
Actually, we have switched to this game. So if you can have that video on the board, black has just played f5 between Vincent and Wei Yi, and now can we go g5, or is that a bad idea?
No, g5. I think you will lose the whole importance of your advantage. No, you need to, after g5, black will play knight g8, bishop d8, knight e7. You don't have any threat after that. You are will almost strategically
like,
not losing, but
like busted.
Black will improve a lot,
and you cannot really make your. So why is it important for us to not play g5? Is it important to keep tension? What is your?
It's interesting that you cannot take on f6 because black for sure will take with the pawn, and after queen g6 there is f5. No, and your queen is also almost trapped. And I don't know what this position is.
And that is very, very quick thinking by you. Now the queen getting trapped, rook g8 incoming. This is not good news for Wei Yi. I mean, knowing that he's so solid, I don't think he's going to go for something like this. At least I hope not. But yeah, f5, white is thinking.
Yeah, I think white needs just not to take. Play some... I don't know why he did. He don't play rook b1. Rook b1 is always okay, a move you need to play. It's an improvement move.
You just ignore this completely and you go rook b1 in the next
rook g3, it's interesting. I don't know if some g5 you need to calculate or something like g5 at some problem.
If I play rook g3, you're saying... Actually, rook g3 is one of the best moves in the position.
Yeah, like, I think no.
Can you guess what the best move here is after g5?
G5 and rook g6?
It's okay. That's pretty good. I think. I'm assuming that
knight
will work. It's knight f5
and f5.
Yeah, f e5 and f g5. Yeah, it is something some crazy stuff here.
Also, 3 pawns, no? If you play knight f7, like
basically knight f7 is dead loss for black. Black has to go f4. But it's like some crazy stuff happening. Yeah.
No, this is totally crushing position. We even done it on.
Yeah. Look at this. He goes f5, and now white is thinking. So yeah, rook g3. I really like this suggestion, but he has been thinking for quite some time. Critical position.
I don't like to think here. If you think like a lot of time here, you take a lot of time here. You are not feeling great.
You know, I noticed this about you in the World Cup as well, that in tiebreakers, like usually whenever you're going, and usually in your normal games as well, like in classical games as well, you are usually much faster. Like you are very intuitive. You just make the move, and usually it's like you don't take too much time to overcalculate stuff. Like, what's the secret behind that?
Okay, there is positions you don't need to calculate. There is other positions that if you want to be like ambitious, you want to find the best idea. But there is positions that you have good idea, better idea, and the best move possible. Usually you don't need to find the best move possible. The advantage is almost the same. I think I got a lot of positions that I don't need to like challenge myself to find the best or of the best solution. So, and also you save time, you are keeping confidence. Your opponent for sure will make mistakes. So that is for sure. That cost me some games when I don't find the best move. Sometimes I cannot win a game, but in general, in most of my games, being practical in a lot of positions helped me a lot. My confidence when I feel like I'm doing great. If I start to think, sometimes I just make the bad move. I don't know. I just overthink, and I misvaluate a lot of positions when I overthink.
And how would you advise people to sort of improve in this area? Like how can they improve their intuition? How can they improve like their confidence in this feeling?
But intuition is a combination of calculation, which is one of the most vast and difficult chapters of chess, and also valoration. How you valorate a position. If you valorate positions like positionally or dynamically, that is also really one of the hardest things of chess, how to like develop. And then combine that things, calculation and valoration. And then if you combine and grow and improve that two things combined, you are improving for sure your intuition. But your intuition will not just improve doing puzzle rush. You need to do the hardest work to improve that part of chess, in my opinion.
Okay, some good advice there by Jospam. Going to switching back to the game, let's take a very quick look at Alireza, because look at what has happened. Complete turn of events. Vishy was completely, I would say, not winning, but okay, had a very good position. But now looks like Alireza is leading the charge.
Yeah, he, as I said, he was like slightly worse in the opening. He just turned things around because the position was really complicated. It's not easy to maintain the advantage in such a difficult positions. Now bishop pair, and I don't like the coordination of black pieces. Both rooks are like almost hanging. Just the knight is the hero of the position.
It's hanging by a thread.
Yeah.
You know what the funny thing about this is, that if white should play queen takes c7, knight takes e7, and bishop takes b8. But if white doesn't do that, white goes queen d6 or something, then black should go queen takes a1, rook takes a1, and bishop takes a1.
That is interesting.
It's so weird, yeah. Either you give the queen or I give the queen.
I don't know why I like to play with the queen more than the rooks. It's like type of coordination. I love coordinate the queen. I don't like to coordinate the rooks.
You know, in this position, by the way, if Alireza wants to keep his advantage, which is around +1, as far as I can see, queen takes e7 is the only move. But if he goes queen d6, then more or less the advantage slips away. And Firouzja is right now thinking, and he's down on the clock. And
he just took it.
Yeah, taken. Knight takes e7 force, and now bishop takes b8 most likely.
So now knight c6 is not possible, no? Because rook ac1, queen f6, not good things happening there.
I think, how do you see white kind of conducting this position? Do I just target the a7 pawn, or why is white better, basically?
If I white, I would like to just take the f7 pawn at some point. If I take the f7 pawn, all the black king security is just over. So it will be easier for my rooks at some point to just crush.
Like something on the 7th.
Yeah, but you need to decide if you want to just lose your a3 pawn, if you want to sacrifice your a3 pawn in order to just pressure on the 7th file. I don't know, maybe a4 first. I think a5 or a6, then a4, and then try to play rook a1 d7 or rook a1 d7. No.
He goes queen b3, by the way, a slight mistake, putting pressure on the b8 bishop. And white has two moves here. Okay, one, rook a b1, exactly the idea you were mentioning, giving up the a3 pawn and going for rook b7, I'm guessing. And the other move, you may be less likely, rook a e1.
No, the rook a1 is an amazing move also. I like it. Even I like more than...
Really?
Yeah, because the resulting position after queen b8, rook e7 is...
I don't know, I just didn't
10 times easier to play for white.
For sure. I just didn't like queen a3. I don't know if this is something or not. Maybe I can double up or something and just rook f3, I don't know. By the way, he made a move. He goes queen b, rook a b1, and queen takes a3. This is the current position.
Rook b7, no? Yeah, almost.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, big update for everyone. But by the way, 3 games have been looking. They were looking so equalish, but now look at this. Wei Yi is completely winning against Vincent Keimer, completely winning, and then Vidit is completely losing to Sindarov.
Vidit losing? That is crazy.
Yeah,
that position.
From that position, with Sindarov is just not losing, but very close to it. Yeah, this is a huge kind of win for the Ganges Grandmasters, because if you win with the black pieces, you get 4 points.
No, it's crazy.
With the a different rule here, and this win might be quite costly for the Triveni Continental Kings.
No, that position is still not over, but for sure, if you were like with big advantage with white and then you have this position, you will be not happy. This psychologically is not good for Vidit, and I don't like white's position unless I have the pawn on a7.
This pawn on a7?
If the pawn is on a7, I will love the position for sure. And if I don't have...
Amazing. Because queen h5, by the way, only move that wasn't losing. If he didn't play anything besides queen h5, he would be lost here. Yeah. So he goes queen h5, and yeah, 4 minutes for each guys. 8 moves to be played, and then the 2-second increment kind of jumps in. But yeah, that's the current situation. And yeah, c4, he goes slight inaccuracy, and look at this. The only move here for white. Can you take a guess?
Only move for white to what? To survive?
To survive, yeah. To breathe, basically. If you don't play this, then you are in big trouble.
The idea from... My bullet intuition is rook c3 for sure, but there is the
bullet
good idea.
Your bullet instinct is very dangerous. Yeah, we've seen it.
But the rook c3, rook d3, and then sacrificing on f3. No? So you need to avoid knight f3 idea. So maybe king h1, I don't see, or bishop g4, I don't know.
Oh, king h1 was the best move, by the way. It's nice to see Joseph, like how his mind kind of went into that direction. Very, very cool. King h1, by the way, best move. 3 minutes left for Vidit. Do you think he saves this?
Could be. It's still a game. I don't like the c pawn because you cannot defend the c1 square only with the rooks.
Ah, okay.
But for sure, you have that b and a pawn, so maybe even white can win if black is not accurate in the position. So it's still, it's not just black is pushing, black is dominating. Okay, white has his chances, so it still is a chaos, in my opinion.
Complete chaos on the board and off the board as well, because there's like some 2 minutes for Vidit and around 4 minutes for Sindarov there. Some problems. Looks like, by the way, Alireza has gone for the exact same plan that you were talking about of capturing the f7 pawn, and yeah, looks like he is on the verge of winning his 4th game.
Wow, amazing. Still, I don't see how winning is, but you need to for sure coordinate your pieces, no? But
yeah, I mean, for sure. But I mean, you are the one who was kind of predicting the future here. Yeah, like just go for the f7 pawn, sack the a pawn, and he does exactly that, and now he's winning. It's crazy, actually.
What about rook b7?
Rook b7?
Yeah, just to bishop h5, create a mate, no? The ladder mate.
Oh, the ladder mate with bishop h5.
Yeah.
Bring the other rook down. He goes rook b7. By the way, best move. It's crazy when you're out here predicting Firuza's moves. Both squares are guarded. I can't really target the f2 pawn. Yeah, this is pretty much just over. By the way, another game which is looking completely winning. Okay, no, maybe not anymore because of the last move, but is Kostyanyuk versus Stavrula. So let's remind everyone that Kostyanyuk is on 1.5 out of 3 and Stavrula is on half out of 3. This is a crucial match for Triveni Continental Kings, because if they win on this match, then they're going to be up by 3 points, and Stavrula only has 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, as I told you, that position with white was totally easier for play to play than black. And now, okay, that bishop on b8 explains everything in that position.
Bishop on b8.
Bishop d6.
Oh, blunder. Instead of bishop d6, king g5, by the way, was the only move here.
That's crazy.
Impossible to find.
3 seconds.
2 seconds left. Just for you can see it on the camera there as well. 4 seconds. It's too much time.
I would like to play bishop f4 there and just play a 6-1 position.
Oh, she takes on
I don't like bishop c7 because now you're not mating black and you are allowing black to have counterplay against taking on d4 at some point. The black king is escaping.
Would you say that it's also not a good idea because it's easier to play this in time pressure? Or do you think this is not easy?
If you keep your bishop pair, don't take in on c7, it will be nightmare for black, no? Bishop f4. How is that? Oh, it's the first choice of
First choice. Basically, you're completely winning, and I think you're absolutely right about this. But she takes this, and black goes king g5. 4 seconds for Stavrula here.
No, this position is, I don't know. Wow.
Bishop d6 played by I think they are just playing on instinct here. Looks
Bishop d3 I like, because now you cannot move the bishop. You are threatening rook f6.
d5.
No, d5 is totally. Now black has the strongest square for the bishop, no?
Yeah, you shouldn't have gone d5 and put the pawn on d4, but I think both players are kind of feeling the pressure because black has 7 seconds on the clock. She goes king e2 and king f4, best move, and now the position is completely equal.
Okay,
Look at this, rook g2.
Imagine
Who is winning?
Imagine black wins this game, will be crazy, no?
Who is winning? That's a good question.
The thing is, black is having 5 seconds, so white is just trying to make some trick and hope black's just lost some time. That is bad strategy always, if you are relying in the skills, skills.
By the way, big update coming in. Wei Yi from the Triveni Continental Kings has defeated Vincent Keimer. And with that, they are up by 3 points. The current score is 4-1 in favor of Triveni Continental Kings. What a win by Wei Yi. Let's go.
Also, I think Sindarov is winning, no? But now it's totally winning. Now it's not just better.
Oof, this is the current position. Look at this Sindarov. And with it also having a minute on the clock. So, by the way, looking at all the results over here, Wei Yi winning will give them 3 points. All the other matches are looking more or less equalish. And of course, Ronak has already drawn. If Sindarov wins and Vishy holds, then maybe they can win the match.
Yeah, Kostyuk lost a big chance to just set the win for
Absolutely.
for their team. So.
Absolutely. Let's go back to Kostyuk's position. This is the current position, 7 seconds against Sabrina.
No, this is... Even I would love to play with black because you have the counterplay, you have the better pieces, and that bishop on c4 is doing anything.
I think this will be very difficult because there is a repetition incoming with f2, f3. I don't know. I would just be very careful before you put the king on d1 because then suddenly you have to start defending.
Yeah, for sure. Black can play just rook g8, rook g1, and mate.
Just seeing too many ladder mates here in this match. And look at this, by the way, another very crazy match. Zhu Jinner also having 8 seconds on the clock. Do you think she saves this?
It's for sure black is free roll in this position, but okay, if you just exchange with rook g4, forcing black to play g5, and you exchange that pawns, it's way easier to hold this. But if okay, it's black's turn, no?
Yeah, he goes rook c8.
Okay,
now you told us the plan. Black goes rook g8 to defend this. No longer allowing this move anymore. But by the way, look at this. Polina is on full score right now, and so is Firouzja. Both of them are playing for a win right now.
Yeah, but now this is not like not anymore. Black has chances to win this. Rook e4, and it's also repetition.
Rook e4, okay. Rook e4 is good.
King f7, rook f4. King f7, bishop c4.
King f7, rook e6.
Oh, bishop c4.
Bishop c4 is even nicer.
Rook e6 is draw, but bishop c4 you can
play for a win. Yeah.
Have a miracle. Just.
By the way, 16 seconds. Look at this. 14 seconds. Let's go. Both players are playing under time pressure, I think, but most likely it's going to be a draw. By the way, just informing everyone, looks like Vidit has held on. He's not losing anymore. Vidit might have a slight advantage in his game as well. And with that, I think
Vidit turns around.
Yes. This game for sure ending in a draw. And there it is. One more draw between Zhu Jinner and Polina Shuvalova. Still, I think Triveni Continental Kings are in the lead.
Now Triveni will just win the match. Sindarov was the only hope for Ganges Grandmasters to try to just maybe fight for something, but now, okay, if Vidit saves this position, it's just over.
That's crazy, yes. And also Firouzja also having an almost winning position against Vishy as well. We'll jump to that very, very quickly right after this move. Black plays c2, rook c1, and yeah, looks like Vidit is about to win this as well.
it's crazy, you know, how Vidit was better than Sindarov was winning, and now Vidit just saves the match. Okay, no, I cannot say like he saves, like still he needs to, to take the pawn on c2 at least.
Yeah. If he takes the pawn on c2, I think it will be GG already. It will be very difficult.
What about rook c2 is possible? Rook c2, queen c2, queen e3. Oh, queen d1, queen d7.
Bishop was hanging. Oh, that was a big blunder. Wow, Vidit is about to take down Javokhir Sindarov with the white pieces. That is huge.
I want to play h3 just to forget and this is a mistake.
No, and he returns the favor. There's too many blunders happening simply because I think less time. What? Oh, queen b4 check was there, but that is crazy.
Queen b4.
That is crazy. Okay, check here. Black has to.
Okay, white has all the options to win this.
Yeah. It's mate in two. Another ladder mate. Oh, he misses. Wait. Vidit missed a mate in two.
Crazy,
right there. Are we going to see Rook Bishop versus Rook? Oh, that would be insane.
Can you imagine if Black just take every single pawn and win the endgame?
Oh my god. Vidit had a mate in two in the position, and now he has to defend Rook Bishop versus Rook. Chess is a brutal game. By the way, Alireza Firouzja has defeated Vishy Anand on the icon board, and
Kostenjuk also turns recover their advantage on his.
Oh, so Kostenjuk has won, Alireza Firouzja has won, and I think this means effectively that Triveni Continental Kings have won their match against Ganges Grandmasters, and just one game remaining between Vidit and Sindarov. And what a better way to end the game than to put a Rook Bishop versus Rook endgame.
Yeah, I remember I tried to win this against Ivic in the World Cup.
Yeah.
I was
covering that, yeah.
Totally better in the. I won a pawn in the opening. Clear.
That's a blunder.
Oh my god.
No.
Now I can say why it doesn't happen to me. Why my opponents don't blunder that game to me. Why Ivic can defend.
I think probably it's the nerves also, yeah, because you are kind of I don't know, you realize you were winning and then suddenly the thing's turning around and maybe it's very hard to.
So what is the technique?
You go Rook c4, that's it. Rook c5 check and that's it. I think Rook c4 was better.
Play, Bishop h4, no? Bishop h5.
Bishop a5. Bishop a5 was a move. Wait, what happened?
That was an accurate move.
Yeah, Bishop. Oh, look at this. He plays it. Both of the squares are covered.
Now Rook b5.
Oh,
this
beautiful.
Is matter of technique.
Beautiful. Check and he takes, and that's a checkmate. And Sindarov defeats Vidit Gujarati with the black pieces. Vidit had a mate in two, by the way. Just want to put it out there for everyone. Guys, it was this moment right here, and what a crazy thing it was. Look at this position. He had, I think, Queen h4, King d7. In this position, he had
mate in two.
Rook f7, check, King e8, and Queen f8 was just a mate in two. And with it, I think in time pressure wasn't able to.
In online chess, Vidit will see 100 times of 100 times.
Yes, because I think, but over the board is, I think, like harder, and Sindarov finds a way to turn it around.
Yeah, you put the Queen e4, like big bluff, like you just believe that.
What a match it was, I think. And by the way, we didn't cover Firouzja versus Vishy, especially the last bits of it, but he managed to capture the A pawn here, the Rook on e7, and I think he very conveniently, I think, was able to convert, because once you take this away, the h5 pawn falls, and
he loves to play with seconds, no? He has 6 seconds, but still, he loves to play with 2, 3, 4 seconds.
Absolutely.
I remember
crazy.
when he lost winning, not winning, but Carlsen has just king and the bishop, and he has king bishop at 3 pawns, and he lost.
Yes,
and he lost the game. It was feeder rules. He lost the game. It's crazy. Yeah.
Insane. And by the way, with that, I think Triveni Continentals win their match 11-6 against the Ganges Grandmasters and seal their spot at the top place alongside Upgrad Mumbai Masters. What a show it was, I think, for the Triveni Continental Kings. Especially kudos to Alireza Firouzja for keeping his perfect streak alive by defeating the godfather of Indian chess, Vishy Anand. And this is the sort of the standings. Triveni Continental Kings and PBG Alaskan Knights at the bottom of the leaderboard. Last time, we're at the end of our broadcast more or less, and I wanted to ask you, what would you say to the PBG Alaskan Knights? Like, what is going wrong, and What could you do? What could they do differently?
I cannot. I think I cannot give advice to Gukesh already, guys. Lanier. I don't know. In the paper, if you saw the event before it starts, like Gukesh, guys in Lanier was crazy, amazing team. Now if you see like they have 0 points and they don't even win a single game, I think it's crazy. No, I don't know. They are in bad form. I don't know if Gukesh. Also, they are playing the best players in the world. In this event, you have the best of the best. Besides Magnus, you have the best of the best in the world playing in every single team. Yeah, that can happen, but it's difficult when every member of the team is doing bad. No, they need maybe to try something different. For sure they don't have replacement, but they need to play something different, something out of his comfort zone. Yeah, try to maybe take a rest day. They don't have rest days.
There are no rest days, unfortunately. I think this team would definitely need one, but yeah, hoping the best for them. Yeah. So far, Triveni and Upgrad Mumbai Masters are leading the charge with 9 points, and then there are 3 teams with 6 match points. That is the Alpine SG Pipers, Ganges Grandmasters, and the Fyers American Gambits, and PBG Alaskan Knights still on 0. So hoping the best for them. I think this is the end of our broadcast. Anything else you would like to say, Jospam? I think it was a crazy day, yeah? Especially the last match, especially the Vidit game was completely crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. Thanks to invite me to be here. It's really great. Thanks to everyone who is watching, and I want to say hi and to all the. If there is here any Spanish speaker fan of South America, Latin America, just join, enjoy the commentary, and I would love to play at some point, at some year, this type of event. I hope at some point we can create some Latin American team like Lanier, me, and myself. I don't know. So it's a dream, but who knows?
Maybe it's possible.
We need to talk.
maybe it's possible. I think it's a very cool idea. And for sure, I think it would be cool to see you play this type of a match, because I think this type of a match really suits your style, because you're one of the best, I think, fast players in the world, and the whole the entire thing of having no increment really suits you well. But yeah, for sure suits me well, but also suits for every top player in the world. But for sure I am in better in my habitat. If I'm playing classical against these monsters of chess, against these big names of chess, for sure I will be the big underdog. But now in rapid, without increment until move 40, I have my chances. My chances always increase. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining the commentary, Jose. It was a pleasure to have you, and thank you everyone for watching. That's it from us today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Until then, see you. Good night. Bye bye.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz, Campa wali fizz.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz, Campa wali fizz.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Campa.
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage. One spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands. History shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last. Future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. Welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Lights up, the world is watching. Every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align.